Hello everyone, today we are going to build an AI SaaS news application. We have two core functionalities in this project. First, we will build a real-time recommendation system, and then we will use Claude 3 AI to rewrite articles to a different style based on the user preference. On the home page, we will gather feedback from the users and render the results sorted by user interest in real time. Additionally, in the news article page, we will list articles sorted by relevancy in the More Like This section. Users can create custom AI news editors. The editors can have distinctive writing styles, verbosity levels, word complexity levels, and languages. Users can search for and add editors created by other users. I am using Claude 3 API for this application and it's not free, so users need to add credits before they can use the editors feature. From the credits page, users can purchase any number of credits. We meticulously track all transactions. In the side panel, users can click on their desired editors and read a different version of the same news article based on their taste. We manage the editor ID in the URL so that users can share the rewritten articles with their friends and family. We cache the results to prevent editors from rewriting the same article twice. We track each token spent by users and where they spend it. This level of transparency will boost users' confidence in our product. We have role-based authorization. We have admins and reporters. They can use their respective dashboards to manage resources accordingly. We have an impressive tech stack for this project. We use Next.js app router along with tRPC in the backend. We use PostgreSDB with Prisma ORM. For UI, we use ShadCN with Tailwind CSS. React Hook Forms for form management. Sort for input and form validations. Clerk for authentication with webhook to sync the user information into our database. TanStack React Query for efficient data fetching. Cloudinary for storage. Stripe for payment processing. The latest Claude 3 from Anthropic for AI. Husky for Git hooks. And obviously TypeScript, which lets us move really fast without breaking much. In this project, we have complete type safety from our database layer to the UI component. When we change the database or the backend, everything consuming them will immediately be aware of that change. The biggest complaint about TypeScript is that the teams have to put in a lot of time and energy in creating and maintaining these type declarations. But in this project, we keep type declaration to minimum and leverage the power of type inference. We use types from the Prisma client, we infer types from Zard, we infer types from tRPC router. So the types will always be up to date based on our database, validation schemas, and backend routes. I am really excited about this tutorial. It's a fun project, but it has a really solid engineering behind it. Let's get started. I'm going to create a new Next application called AI SaaS. I'm going to enable TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, SRC, app router, and I'm going to keep the import alias, the default import alias. It's going to take a few seconds, and let's open the project in VS Code. Fine. I'm going to enable TurboPack. So initially it is using Webpack, and we can enable TurboPack. Now let's see the performance without TurboPack first. It's going to take around 1.5 minutes, 1.3 milliseconds, 1.3 seconds. TurboPack is not available for building yet, but we can use that for dev servers. When I add TurboPack, it's going to be around 600 milliseconds. We are going to actually create a validate script that includes TSC, linting, and formatting. So I'm going to run the TSC with the no emit flag so that it won't actually compile any JavaScript code. So when I run it, we don't have any errors right now. So let's add the prettier as a dev dependency. And I'm going to create a script here called format that's going to run the prettier. That's going to target all the TSC, TS, TSX, JS, JSON files, and it's going to ignore the .git ignore. So that's the format. Now we can run the format with a few flags like check to check all the formatting issues. Okay, now we also have to create the .prettier RC, and I'm going to enable 3 properties. One is a single quote. I'm going to enable a single quote. We're going to enable all for trailing commas, and I'm going to disable the semicolons. Now if I'm checking it again, it's going to come up with some problems. Okay, here we have the semicolon, and it fixed it. We can do one by one, but I'm going to use the right flag that fixes all the issues. Okay, now we don't have any formatting issues. Let's create two more scripts for using both these flags. Now we can combine them all into one validate script. So first I'm going to run the format right, and these scripts are going to be run in sequence, not in parallel. You can use packages like npm run all concurrently if you want to optimize it further. Next I'm going to run the lint. Next I'm going to run the tsc, and I'm also going to run the build command here. Okay, sometimes build catches more issues. I'm running the validate. So it ran the format right. It automatically fixes all the formatting issues first, and then it runs the linting and tsc, and also it builds the command. Now I'm going to add Husky. Husky is going to give us a pre-commit hook. We're going to run this validate script in the pre-commit hook so that we cannot commit the code without passing all these checks. So I'm using the Husky init package that is going to set up create all the files. That's going to also update the package.json to have a prepare file, prepare script, and that's it. And we also installed all the required, that is ASCII package. Okay, so if you see here, we have the Husky installed, we have the prepare script, and we have the .husky folder with the pre-commit hook. I'm going to run the validate script here. Now let's test that. Now I'm going to have a bug here, and I'm going to try to commit this code. Everything is staged. Let's commit it. This commit should fail. Okay, add validation. It should fail. Okay, now it's running the format issue, it's running the linting, and when it came to the tsc, okay, tsc stopped the process. The commit did not happen. So this gives us some peace of mind. We don't have to pass like silly smaller trivial mistakes into our code base. Now I fixed the issue. Now let's stage everything again, and I'm going to commit it again. Fine, every check passed, and we have our commit in place. Okay, let's set up the database. We're going to run Postgres locally using Docker Desktop. You have to make sure that you have Docker Desktop installed and running. Let's create a Docker Compose file. I'm going to create the Docker Compose file in the root house application. I'm okay with this. I'm going to fix the port numbers a bit, and now we can run this. So I have Docker Desktop installed, so I can run Docker Compose up along with the detached flag. Now you can see that our new database was also testing. Okay, so the AI says, okay, so this is the new one. We have our local database running. I also have we have the Postgres specifying the port number. We are specifying the Postgres username and database, Postgres username, database name, and password. I'm also having pgadmin here along with the credentials, and they are running in their own port numbers. I'm also having the volume for persisting the data. Fine. Now we can actually open the Postgres. Now I'm going to continue to set up Prisma. Prisma will provide us a simple data explorer called Prisma Studio. That is sufficient for this demo. I'm going to add Prisma as a dev dependency. Once it's installed, I'm going to use the Prisma to initialize npm Prisma Prisma init. So that will create this Prisma directory with the Prisma schema, and also it created a .env. I'm going to actually add the .env in the .gitignore. Now we have to modify this database URL to match what we created. Okay, so let's open the Docker compose side by side. The Postgres username is Postgres, password is password. This is going to run locally, so nobody can access it apart from yourself. But when you want to choose credentials for a public facing database that is running in a remote server, we have to be careful. Okay, so I matched the database URL based on the Postgres database credentials we created. Now I'm going to update the Prisma schema. So it's going to start with the user model. The user model is going to have the dates created a date and updated a date. So they will be automatically managed by the database. We don't have to pass them when we update. These dates will be automatically updated. And we have a mandatory name and a optional image. And we also have admin and reporter roles. So for admin, we are having the ID and we are connecting the admin along with the user table using a relation decorator. Sorry, a directive. And let's continue to create the reporter model, which is again going to be very similar. And later we will be having other tables like articles and other stuff. And when we do that, we will connect those models into this reporter and admins. Right now, this is sufficient. So I'm happy with this database schema, and I'm going to create a new migration. User tables. Fine, now the migration is successful. We will see the migration file here that will have all the SQL required for creating the tables, and also they will be creating the foreign keys. Let's open it with Prisma Studio. So in the Prisma Studio, it runs on port number 5555 by default, and you can see our tables created here. Okay, so we can do create, add, delete the tables. Also, one more thing we have to do, which is we need to expose the Prisma client. So inside the SRC, I'm going to create a directory called db/index.ts. Here, I'm going to import the Prisma client from @Prisma client. So we can basically do this. We can directly create the instance of a Prisma client and we can export that, but we may end up having creating a lot of Prisma instances, connections to the database unwantedly. So the recommended way is to actually create a singleton pattern. So we're having this function and we will check if there is a Prisma globally available. We will call this. If it's available, then we will just assign it here. Okay. And we are going to do this only if it's not in production. So for development, we don't want to hit the database a lot of times. So that is our Prisma client. Now this page is a server component. As long as you mention a page using use client, it's going to be a server client, server component by default. So we can also make a component async. I'm going to use the Prisma. Okay, I have to import that. I created the db inside the app directory. db/, db. There I am going to import the Prisma. Now we can do everything, every database action right into our React component. I'm going to hit the user, find many. I'm going to list all the users. And then I'm going to just loop through all the users and I'm just displaying their ID. Okay. Maybe let's display the name and ID. Let's run the application. Let's also create a dummy user. I'm going to call this dummy user. The name is going to be dummy user as well. And when you open the site, we're going to see the ID and the name. Let's also clean up the styling. We don't want dark mode here. So we get that. So here we are basically hitting the database using the Prisma ORM directly from our React component, which was not possible before Next 13, before the app router, before the next React 18, where they introduced server components. Now it's possible, but still we are going to actually use tRPC. So it's going to create a type safe backend, and that's what we will be using for fetching the data. Now we are getting the information. We set up the database, we set up Prisma, we set up the Prisma schema using the user, admin, reporter models. We exported the Prisma client like this using the singleton pattern, and we're going to use clerk for authentication in this project. I'm going to go to the dashboard.clerk.com, create a free account. I'm going to create a new application. I'm going to enable the email, Google, and GitHub. I'm going to call this SaaS. So this is how it's going to look, the login page. Once you log in, you can select the Next.js. So these are the two environment variables you need: the public clerk publishable key and the clerk secret key. I'm going to copy them, go to the .env and paste it there, just in case. Okay, let's continue in the document. It asks me to install the clerk next package, and in the app directory we have to wrap the clerk provider for the whole application. Okay, so we imported the clerk provider and I've wrapped the entire application. And after that, we need to actually create a middleware. So that will decide to either pass the to allow the user, the unauthenticated user. So there are three ways actually. One, this matcher will decide to protect which routes. Okay, when we add the public routes, that means that particular route can be accessed by both the authenticated and the unauthenticated users. The ignored routes means that they will always be accessed, but they will not have any authentication information. I'm going to copy this and we will do some modification, and you have to be careful to actually create the middleware file at the level of where the app directory exists. If you don't have the source, if you directly have the app directory, you have to place the middleware in the root. Okay, I'm going to paste it. That was the thing I copied from the documentation. So in this application, I'm going to keep the home page protected, because we're going to have news, we're going to have the recommendation system exist in the home page, and in the real world application, we can handle like users, unauthenticated users, and then we can combine them along with their recommendations, feedbacks, what news they like, what news they don't like, and so on. But this is a demo project. I simplified it. So the home page is going to be authenticated automatically. Next, the clerk is going to redirect the users from the home page, unauthenticated users from the home page, to the sign-in page, because I did not add that. If I have this, then the home page will be accessible by authenticated and unauthenticated users, and we can manage them ourselves. But this project, I'm going to just leave but I'm going to have the API as a public route, because we are going to have a really good authentication or role-based authorization system in our backend API. So it is going to be accessible by both the authenticated and unauthenticated. Okay, so we don't have any ignored routes. So basically, that's the middleware. Now one more thing, when we create a user, we have the user table in our Prisma, right? We are having an ID, name, image, and so on. So when the user is created through clerk, we want some way to actually sync that data, sync that newly created user into our database. For that, I'm going to create an API route. I'm going to create the webhooks /clerk.ts. I'm going to create a post handler, and the webhook event, I'm going to get the type from the webhook event type from the clerk Next.js server, and I'm going to get the payload from the request.json from the request. Now the payload has some type. Let's narrow. So when I'm accessing the payload.type here, I mean the data, we don't get any type safety there, but in the user created, we have to enable the webhook here. Okay, so we have to create the webhook. Before that, we need something else also. Okay, I will finish this and we will get back to that. And from here, I can access all the payload data, like the first name, last name, and so on. I'm going to extract the ID, first name, last name, image URL, and I'm going to import the Prisma instance. So let's create the user inside a try catch. I'm going to create the user. So I'm passing the ID, name, and I'm going to concatenate the first name and last name to create the full name. And after the database write is successful, I'm going to return a next response.json. I'm going to return the status as success. And here we have a to do. You'll come back here. So when the user is created, we want to actually create the user in our vector database. We are going to use Pinecone for that, and we're going to manage both the users and articles, and hence we're going to get all the related articles for the user. So once we set up that Pinecone database, we'll come back here and we will actually write this user information into the Pinecone vector database. That's it. So inside the catch, I'm going to just log the error, and I'm going to return the status 500. So for other actions, so we are only handling the user.created action. For other action, I am going to respond with unsupported status. That is the webhook. Oh, okay. That is a webhook. One more thing we need is when the user creates here, so configure your own endpoint or use Swix play. So instead of this Swix play, I have not used it, but instead of it, I'm going to use ngrok. So come here, create an account. You will be you have to get the auth token from here. For Mac OS, for Mac OS, I used brew to install the ngrok, and then you have to configure the auth token. So you get the auth token from here, and you configure the auth token into the ngrok. Once it's done, you come here, you create a new domain. So for free, I'm a free user, and they give us one domain. Okay, I cannot create more. Okay, you can create one domain there, and now you can run your local host into that domain by using ngrok http. I'm passing the domain name and I'm passing the port number. Fine. Now we can. Now the application is actually running. Now we can share this URL. Connection refused. Okay, so the application was not running. I rerun the application. Now we can access the application through this URL. And as expected, the home page is not accessible for the unauthenticated user. We automatically got redirected to the sign-in page. Fine. Now let's configure our webhook. Here, I'm going to place the URL. The URL is going to be /API/webhooks/clerk. That is going to be the webhook URL. And let's filter the event. I only want the event called user created. So in a real world application, you may want to do like user deleted, user updated also, but that's going to be very similar to what this function is doing here. You can have more endpoints. You can handle all these things. Okay, so I selected the user created. I added the endpoint here. I got the endpoint from ngrok. I set up the ngrok with locally, and I'm going to create the webhook. Fine, let's test it out. We have our Prisma Studio open. We have only our own dummy user here. Okay, let's delete that. I'm going to create a new user. We can technically create a user. I have a dark mode enabled. Okay, that's a browser extension. Nothing wrong with application or clerk. We can register. It works. Okay, we can register with Google. We can register with GitHub. It works, but I'm going to create dummy users. In the user, I'm going to create a user. Let's create a user called user1@gmail.com. Ignore all password policies. Create. Now I created it. We have our webhook running. Now we should be seeing the new user here. Okay, I made a mistake. Probably you are noticing it. It has to be clerk/route.ts. Okay, so I'm going to delete this user, and we will create that again. Our webhook is running. Let's create this user once again. The user is created. The webhook, I'm seeing 200 OK. And in the Prisma Studio, I'm seeing the user. So this is the image that is coming from clerk. Okay, this is the default image clerk uses, which is this. So our authentication is successful. I'm going to just use something called a user button from clerk next. Let's just keep it here, and I'm going to log in. So automatically it's going to redirect. So automatically it redirects to the sign in page, and I'm going to log in with the dummy user ID email I created. Now it will redirect to the home page. Now this is the user button that is from the next clerk next, and you can manage your account. You can add more email IDs. You can connect accounts here, the Google, GitHub. Also in the security, you can change the password. You will also see all the active devices. Okay, I think this is very helpful. It does a whole lot of things, and if I want to build the whole thing, it's going to be difficult to create and manage all these features. So that's all about the authentication. Let's set up tRPC. I have to install the tRPC server, add tRPC client, and tRPC React query, and also the TANStack React query. So these are the required packages, and there is a problem with the TANStack React query to work with these packages. The version 5 is not working at the time when I am recording this video. So I'm going to install one step before the major 5th release, which is 5.4.36.1, which works fine. So these are the required packages. I'm installing them. let's create a tRPC slash server slash index.ts. So this is where we are going to instantiate a tRPC server. Const t equals, I'm going to use init tRPC from tRPC server dot create, and using the tRPC instance, I'm going to export create tRPC router, that is going to be t.router, and the public procedure, that is going to be t.procedure. So in the next section we will be creating the private protected procedure. This is sufficient. Let's create a route. I'm going to place them inside the routes directory. Let's export the root app router. I'm going to use the create tRPC router we created using the t.router, and inside that we can create our procedures. So let's first create a users procedure. I'm going to use the public procedure I created. So both these things we just instantiated from the t dot query. Here we can return something, right? Basically we can use the Prisma. We can import the Prisma and we can return some data. User dot find many, that is going to return back all the user information. So this is a simple tRPC setup. Now I'm going to add context. A context function is going to be something that gets executed, called before each request. So I'm going to actually add the user information and some other, the user information, the session information, and the DB, the Prisma instance inside it. I'm going to call this tRPC context. That's going to be async. That's a problem, that this tRPC is going to be, the context is going to be used from two different ways. One is we are going to call the tRPC routes from our server components using call procedure. We will implement that in the next section. The other one is hitting the tRPC routes from the API route here. Okay, the headers are going to be different, so I'm going to actually get the header here, and I'm also going to get the session information from the auth, that is going to come from the clerk Next.js. And I'm also going to have a to do here. We will also have the AI instance. After we set up the AI class, we will also pass the AI instance into the context. But right now I'm going to just pass the Prisma as DB, the session, and the headers, which is going to be coming from the options. So this is going to be the context. Now we have to type the tRPC instance when we initialize it. So dot context, and I'm going to pass the type of create tRPC context as a generic. Now inside the routes we can destructure the context, and we get the DB headers and session information inside it. So instead of the DB, I'm going to use the context.db. Oh, actually Prisma is coming from that global thing, right? Let's import that. Fine. Now let's go to the API route and let's create our tRPC handlers. So I'm going to create a tRPC, and then I'm going to create a catch-all pattern, and inside that I'm going to have the route.ts, and here let's create a context. Here the request is going to be next request. We are going to coming through the API route, and this is the create context. This is coming from the tRPC server which we just created. Okay, this context. So basically we are getting the request, and we are calling the context, and we will do the similar thing in the server component way of calling the tRPC routes also. Okay, let's create the handler function, and here I'm going to use the fetch request handler that is going to come from the tRPC server adapters, fetch adapter, and I'm going to just, the endpoint is going to be /API/tRPC. I'm going to pass the request there, and we also have to pass the router, which is going to be the app router, the root router, right? Right now we only have only one public procedure called users. We will use this root route to have other nested routes. We will be having user. We will be creating nested routes in the next sections. I'm passing the app router as the router. I'm also passing the create context. I'm going to call this create context with the request we got in the handler. Fine. Now we have to export the handler as a get and as a post handler, as get handler as post. Fine. Now, so this is pretty much some boilerplate code. We won't come here often or at all to modify anything. We will be working mostly in this app routes. We will be creating the routes. Everything is here. It's kind of like a boilerplate. We won't be coming back here a lot of times. Now we have set up the tRPC routes. We have set up the tRPC handler. Now we need a client. So inside the tRPC, I'm going to create a clients directory. There are going to be two types of clients here. One is accessing, one is going to hit the tRPC API from client side components, and the other one, different type of clients is going to be used. We are going to use that client from the server side. So inside the tRPC, I'm going to create a clients/client.tsx. Let's create the tRPC client. This is the tRPC client that is going to be accessed from the client side components. I'm going to use a create tRPC React from the tRPC React query. We have to actually pass the type of the app router type. Let's import that. I have not actually exported the app router. The app router is just a type of app router, type of the root router. So this is the type that is going to convey the whole type of our routes to our front end client. Fine. Now we have to create a provider. Let's create a provider here. I'm going to get children as props. First, let's create a query client that is going to come from the Tanstack React query. I'm using this use state. Also import the query client provider. Let's return the query client provider, and props are children. Now that is the provider for using the React Tanstack React query. Now we have to incorporate our tRPC instance into it. So again, I'm going to create something like this, and so this is the query client instance, and this is the tRPC instance. This is going to come from the tRPC client here. I'm going to create a client, and inside the links, I'm going to use HTTP batch link from the React query, and there we have to pass the URL. So here we can hardcode the URL, but I'm going to use a helper here called a helper file here, which is going to have the base URL, which is going to return the versal URL automatically if we have deployed the application, or it's going to return the port number 3000 along with the local host. Also, let's have the URL which combines the base URL along with the /API and /tRPC. Now let's use the get URL here. Okay, fine. Now let's also wrap the tRPC dot tRPC client, tRPC client dot provider. There we have to pass the client and the query client. That's how we combine the React query along with the tRPC. Now we have our routes ready, API handlers ready, the client ready. Let's go to the layout, and I'm going to wrap the application with our tRPC React provider, and that's it. Now inside the page, I can, instead of directly hitting this API, directly hitting the database ORM, we can use a tRPC client dot. Now the whole tRPC client is typed well. Okay, users dot use query. This user also, we can just click and go to that exact procedure. Now we cannot await this. This is a client side React client. Okay, the terminology is a bit confusing, but tRPC, this is sufficient if you are just going to use client side components. But in the app router, if you are going to use React server components, in the next section I will be creating one more client here where so the server component exists in the server, right? So we can directly call the routes using a technique called call procedure that we will implement later. But if you are going to use this tRPC client, then you can only access it from a client side component. There you get all kinds of these helper, network states, data, so on. Fine, the data is going to be optional, nullable. Now we come back here. I just restarted the service and we can access our data here. Use state. Oops, the URL is coming from. What other problem you have? Okay, so this file has to be client side because we are using providers, use state, and so on. You have to mark this with use client. Okay, so that is tRPC. That's how we set up the tRPC, and we have set up the tRPC client side client. In the next section, we will be actually hitting the tRPC routes using call procedure from the React server components. Okay, now let's create the tRPC client that we can use from a React server component. I'm going to call this server.ts. So from the API route, we created this context, right? Similarly, we have to, so right now we are not going to actually, from hitting the tRPC through the React server components, we are not hitting through the API route. So we have to create this context. The header is going to be different this time. We have to create a function called create context. It's going to, first let's get the heads from this, but this time we're going to use the headers from the next headers. Sorry. Okay. We have to call this. So that's how we get all the headers. And in the headers, I'm going to set a custom header called tRPC source as React server component. So this is to let the tRPC know the request is coming from the React server component. And here I'm going to return the tRPC, the common context, right? Here, this is the common one. We already called this using the header from the API next request and now we are going to call it from a different header. So I'm just calling it with the headers. So that is the context. Now let's create the client. tRPC. So the last time I called the client tRPC client, this client is going to be tRPC server. We are going to use create tRPC proxy client. We also have to pass the app router here. That is going to carry all the types from the tRPC routes to our clients. Here we have, I'm going to again create the links. Here we get the context, ID, the input values, the path, and type. So I'm going to create a observable that is going to come from the tRPC server observable. This is going to give an observer. So this is to manage the async. So we are basically creating a asynchronous stream, and we are doing the call procedure from inside that. So inside the observer, I'm going to call this React create context. This is going to give us the context, and I'm going to return here I'm using the call procedure. So we already got the input, path, and type values from here. That's what I'm going to pass. I have to pass the context. That is the context we received from this function. We have to pass the path, type, and we have to pass the input as raw input. And finally, we need to have the procedures, which is going to be app router dot def dot procedures. So once it's successful, you're going to get back the data, and I'm going to complete the observer. And before that, we have to pass the observer. We have to call the next from the observer using the data. I'm going to pass the data as a result. And if something goes wrong, I'm going to just call the tRPC, the error from the observer. Oh, I have to return this. Fine. Okay, so result. The structure needs to be like result. Inside that, we are going to have the data. So that is the type required. So this is the tRPC client that can be accessed from the server component. So back in the page, I'm going to make this a server component. And now we can call the tRPC server, import that .users.query. So we are not going to have all the loading states, everything here. That we will get from the React client components, the tRPC client side client. We can manage the loading states, error states using pages here that we will see in the upcoming sections. So for now, we got the users. Let's loop through them, and we are going to get the data. So if you get that error, you just have to restart the server. Okay, I was actually importing the tRPC client from there, so that was making the issue. Now it should work. Okay, cache. Okay, so the problem was I was importing the create tRPC proxy client from tRPC React query. Okay, if you do that, then I get this error. Okay, so you have to remember that to import that from the right tRPC client and not from the tRPC React query. Also, I added the import server only to avoid sharing this code to the client side, and I also use the new cache from React. It lets us minimize the return type of this function. That's it. Now we have the tRPC client that we can use from the server component. Now we get back here. I already modified it. We get the users procedure. I'm calling that. We get the users back. Now we get this data. Okay, let's create one more user. Okay, now we get that user got created here. Now we get that information here. So basically we are set up, we set up the tRPC, we set up the clients that can be accessed in the client side and as well as the server side, and we are good to go. One more cool feature is now we have our clients, all the data we get from our clients are typed well. Now how to share this type? For example, let's have a component here. I'm going to have a component called user data.tsx that is going to return back some data. Now I need to know the type here, right? Now we can use the user data instead of. Okay, so this is what we can do this, but how to pass this type into this component? Remember, till now we have not declared any types. Okay, export type. So we have only one type, that is also we are like deriving the type from the app router. Let's talk about type inference. So inside the type, inside the tRPC clients, I'm going to create a file called types.ts. Here, I'm going to import the app router from the server. Now I'm going to export all that router outputs using a type utility called infer route outputs. That's going to come from the tRPC server, and I'm going to pass the app router inside that. And now we can get everything. Okay, so we'll come back. I'll be using that to get the types inside that user data component. But before that, let's also get the input types. Okay, that's going to come from the infer router inputs type utility that from the tRPC server. So these are the types, the type of the whole tRPC route. Now in the user data, we can get the user data using the user router outputs, and then get the users. That is going to return an array. We can get one item out of that. Now we get the user here. Now we can render user.id, user.name. Now in the page, we can just pass that user that we got from looping through the users object. Now everything is connected. See, we are not declaring types, but we are inferring them, so they will always be in sync. For example, if I am modifying this for some reason, I'm getting the users here and I'm returning like this. Okay, for some reason, now you go back here, automatically you get this error. Okay, it says user, the type is going to be data, which is an array. Okay, inside the component also, it is saying that the user is going to be a data object and it's not an array, so we cannot get one instance, but we can do this. See, we have the whole type safety. Also, do not forget, we have this validate script, pre-commit hook. Validate script is having the TSC, so you cannot commit a code with some sync issues like this. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to just revert this back. so that the users procedure will return an array of users. Now this is again complaining. Let's fix it. In the page, now everything is happy. Let's create a protected procedure. I'm going to use the same tDAP procedure, but we will be using a middleware. So this is going to be a function which is going to, we are going to get an array of roles, and I'm going to pass a middleware here. So this middleware, we are going to get the context next, and inside here we can just return the context. Okay, this is going to be the structure of the middleware, the protected procedure. Now I'm going to make sure that this has a session. If actually the session is, if the session is undefined or the user ID, I'm going to actually throw a tRPC error saying he is the requester is unauthorized, also with a message sign in to access this data. So this is authenticated route. Now let's do the authorization. Actually, now we can do this. The context, I can pass everything that is inside the context, and I'm also going to get the user ID. The user is going to have the context.session.user ID. So we already checked this condition, right? So this is now going to be a string. This is not going to be an undefined. Now this is an authenticated route. I'm going to use this here in our users route. Now I wanted to show you that now the context also has this user ID, right? Because so we introduced a context function that added the DB headers and session. Now actually, if you take the user ID from the session object, this user ID is going to be string or undefined or null. Okay, but since the request passed through the middleware, it knew that the user ID is going to be string, it's not null. So this is a perfect condition for an authenticated procedure. I'm going to add the authorization. So there are like auth n and auth z, right? So this is auth n, and I'm going to add the authorization into the same protected procedure. So further, I'm going to create a types file. Okay, util/types. I'm going to export a type role that is going to be an admin or reporter. So in the last video, I was telling that we never declared any types. We try to infer type whenever possible, but this cannot be inferred from anywhere. This is a design, right? I want to keep this union type, one of the admin string or reporter string. Now if you come here, I'm going to get the roles, which is going to be a type of an array of role. Okay, so this is optional. So in the route, now we can pass any number of roles like this. Okay, maybe you can do something to avoid this redundancy, but yeah. Okay, so we can pass that. Now let's build the authorize user function. Okay, I'm going to create a authorize user function. This is going to be an asynchronous, so I'll make this function asynchronous. So this function is going to take the user ID, which is going to be string, not nullable string, and the array of roles. So here I'm going to create a util.ts. So this first function is going to take the UID and the array of roles, and it's going to return nothing. It's an asynchronous action. So first step, if there are no roles, there is nothing to check, right? If there are no roles, then we want this request to be authenticated, not authorized. This will check if the user ID is there. If not, we are actually giving back an error. So if there are no roles specified, we don't have to bother. If the roles are specified, I'm going to go fetch the roles from the database using the function called get user roles. That is going to get the ID. It is going to return an array of roles. So I'm going to use promise all. I'm going to fetch the, let's import Prisma from the DB. I'm going to fetch the admin and reporter information using the ID, the user ID. And I'm going to create a new array called roles, and I'm pushing the roles admin or reporter based on the admin and reporter. It is possible based on the availability of the ID in those tables, admin table and reporter table. And I'm going to return back the roles array. So we have the user roles here. Now we have to check if the user role, some of the user role is inside the required ones. If it's not there, I'm going to throw an error. Okay, we don't return anything. It's a promise of void. So basically we are checking if the role is not there. We are basically throwing an error, and hence the request, the middleware will stop the request from accessing the actual procedure. So this is the protector procedure. We are making sure that the user ID in the session is valid. We are making sure that the user is authenticated, and we wrote the function for authorizing. We got the roles from the database. We are checking if at least one of the required roles is inside the user. That's it. Now let's test this. Now the protector procedure is requesting without any roles, right? So for this, we need to actually make the home page accessible by the unauthenticated users. Now we copy this. Let's open a incognito. Okay, so this request is going to be unauthenticated. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Initially it was public procedure. Okay, now the unauthenticated user can access the data. If we change that to private procedure, protected procedure, without any roles, the user cannot access. But now this person can access. Okay, he is logged in, but he is not an admin or anything. But when I start adding this admin role, this person also cannot. This is a logged in user. This is a different error, right? User does not have the required roles. That error is coming from the authorize function. Here, the user does not have enough the required roles. Fine, right? Okay, let's add this person temporarily. Let's add that person as admin. Okay, I'm going to add that user1 as admin. I add the admin role requirement. Now I go here. Now he gets the data. Okay. So even if this is a design, you can change this. Like here I'm asking for admin or router. Okay, but you can modify this logic if you want the user to have both the roles. Right now this person has admin role but not the reporter role, but our logic requires the user to have at least one of the role. So that is authorization. Let's set up UI. So till now we have a pretty good tRPC setup in the backend. Also we have authentication with clerk. We have authorization and authentication set up with our API, also with API requests. Now let's focus on the UI. I'm going to use chatCN. This is the documentation. We have already set up the next project. Now let's initialize this. So this is not a framework, it's not a library. This actually uses multiple libraries inside it. It gives a custom style to them. So mostly it is using Redis UI. I'm going to copy that and run it. This is going to ask a few questions. This will automatically set up or create CSS variables, automatically set them into our Tailwind config, and so on. I'm going to just go with the default ones. CSS variables, yes. Okay. So it wrote these CSS variables inside our global CSS. I'm going to add our primary color. First, let's create a variable called brand hue. We're going to go with the brand hue of 220. And then I'm going to create the shades of primary colors using the brand hue. I'm modifying that. This is HSL, this is saturation, this is lightness, and this is the brand hue. The brand hue is going to be 220. I'm going to have the same number inside the dark also, but sometimes it changes. From the light mode to dark mode, we may have to change the colors. So I have it in two places. This is the primary color shade for the light mode. Similarly, I'm also going to have it for the dark mode. I'm not going to focus too much on the dark mode in this project because I'm not equipped yet, I think. This technique, having these shades, won't work with a really good transition. Because think about a scenario. We have a background, we have a card, and maybe we have something even before that. Okay, like a dialog box. So we want the background to be dark, no matter even in the dark mode, we want the background to be the darkest, and the card has to be brighter than that. So here I'm just reversing it, which won't work. And by default, chatCN recommends using this foreground versus background. Okay, which can work, but I'm not going to focus on dark mode in this project. Fine, now I have changed the colors, CSS variables. I'm going to go to the Tailwind. Here also you can see chatCN, when I initialized it, it came here and modified a lot of things. It extended our colors. For example, it added some border radius, added some animation. I think the components like accordion and so on, they use these keyframes. I'm going to modify this primary into the shades which we created using our new updated CSS variables. I'm creating this primary color. Okay, that's it. Okay, now let's create some basic components. I'm going to, we already have the components folder, and inside the components folder I'm going to create 4 folders called atoms, molecules, organisms, templates. Okay, that's how I want to structure the components, but if you have any other ways, you can do it. Also, when I initialized chatCN, it created this utils inside the lib. I don't want to have that there. I'm going to have a styles, and I'm going to have that in the index file there. So this CN is going to be really helpful as you will see in this project. It uses a Tailwind merge with the CLSX. You will see it in action when we use the CN function a lot. It's going to get a lot of classes, and it's going to prioritize based on the occurrences. I'm going to copy that into the styles file, and we can delete that. Okay, let's create some basic components. We can have the chatCN here.
I'm going to create the create the badge. Okay, this component. We're going to have a dialog component, and for label we are going to initialize. I'm not going to use a CLI, so manual is a bit more flexible. We can structure our components as we want. So for label we need to install this, and also we need that toast. Okay, so all these 4 components, let's just install it. The dialog, the label, and actually for badge we don't have to install any external libraries, but for the button it requires we need to install something called a slot, which is going to be used as the component here. Okay, so those are the 4 components I'm installing now. Okay, now let's create those components. I'm going to create more components also. Inside the atoms, I'm going to create the input, which you can get from here also. The input, also we got some new components here like the breadcrumbs, input OTB, which is good. Here for the input you don't have to install anything, but you just can copy this. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. The input, the second one is label. The label is using the React label we just created, and also I have modified this. So instead of copying from here, I'm copying from my practice project, because I modified this. For example, we are having this title, we are having this error message along with the children, but you see here that won't be there. This component is going to be a bit simpler. Okay, so I have just taken the shared scene components and I have modified a bit. Let's create the badge. The badge needs the variant. I'm going to copy the variants into the styles and import the CVA from the class variance authority. For button also we need the variants, and I'm going to add one small property property in the size variant in a size called none, which is not going to have any sizes. So it's going to be a button with just text. Okay, so that's the button. I'm going to fast forward, so this is going to be very similar. So I just take the component from here and I modify a bit. So I'm going to paste 4 components here. So it starts with the container, which is very simple. I'm just using the container class with some padding in the X, also the AMX auto. So I'm going to have this base component type, which is just going to have some children and the class name. So I keep using that, so I created this type for myself. So this is the container, and for select, this is also coming from the shared CN. They give some styles, and I'm using the sheet. This is using the dialog component we installed. This is going to come up with a lot of composable components. We will create a simpler one, an opinionated component, composing all these things and getting a few properties instead of exposing everything at once. And text area, again, it re-exports the text area HTML element with some styles. These are the atoms. So let's move to the molecules. So for the toast, I'm going to need, so we already installed this. We need 3 files. So inside the molecule, I'm going to paste these 3 files inside the toaster component folder, and we have like 5 components for our molecules. Okay, come on. Okay, we have an alert box, which is a flex box with item center, justify center with some padding y and some background. We'll be having the children in the middle, and I have this brand with a news editor text, also with the developer info, which is about me, just made with love art by Karthik Raghavendran. And this loader is going to have the loader icon along with the animate spin. We will see this a lot. And it optionally gets the children, and we render that. And we have the nav menu, that is going to be a menu in the nav bar. So these are the molecules, and we have a few organisms as well. First one is a sidebar. So this is, we are using the sheet element. You're having the button, the menu, the hamburger menu as the trigger, and the content is going to be, content of the sheet is going to be the links, which we are specifying here. And also we have the sign out button in the footer. Okay, we will see this in action in a bit. Also, the one problem is when I open it, when I click the one link, it opens a page, but the dialog was not closing up. So I had to create this hook, which looks at the path name and automatically sets the state to false. Okay, so it looks at the path name, it saves the path name, the initial path name, and when they change, they close the dialog basically. So that is the sidebar. These are going to be the menu items in the sidebar. We are passing the href title and an icon, and we are rendering that here. And the last one is the nav bar. So I'm fast forwarding this because this tutorial is not exactly about building UI, constructing this UI. So in the nav bar, this is going to be a nav bar. It's sticky in the top. We are having a container inside it, and I'm going to have the brand in the left and the nav menu, user button, and the sidebar on the right. So these are the components. Now let's go to the layout. First, I'm going to have the nav bar here in the top. In the bottom, I'm going to have the toaster. That does not, we did not build this toaster. I just completely copied this whole component from chatcn, and I did not modify it. And wherever you place it, it's just absolutely placed. So wherever you place the position does not matter. And also I'm going to wrap the children with the container. That is all about setting up the UI. Okay, now we have, let's delete that one more user button in the page. I don't want this because we already have that in the nav bar. So we have this body, we have the brand, this is the developer info, this is the nav menu, and this is the user button. You can manage account here itself, and this is the sidebar. This is the sheet component, and these are the three in the sidebar. We have three options: user, admin, reporter. Okay, along with the icons. We also have the sign out button there. We don't have any pages yet, but these are basic components. I did not use every component in this, right? But these components are going to be used in the future sections in this tutorial. So summary, I use chatcn. I customize the components a bit, but mostly they are just the same. So we just installed a few components here for dialog, label, slot, toast, and we just copy pasted the components from chatcn. Also, we have we have to add the loading and the error pages. For loading UI, you have to place the loading file, and when the asynchronous component is loading data, this works as the alternative. So this matches the suspense along with the fallback, but without using the suspense. So when the async page is loading, the loading page will be rendered, and if something goes wrong, we have the error handling here. This is an alternative of the error boundary. Okay, so when something goes wrong here, when it throws an error, the error boundary fallback will render. So we don't have to do all these things, we just have to create two files. Here, I'm just going to use this error.tsx. Place it in the root, directly inside the app router. Okay. So this is fine, actually something went wrong is totally fine, but I'm going to access this error message and I'm going to display it. Okay. If you are in a development phase, this is going to be helpful. You can just console log, that is also helpful, but I'm just going to render the error. So we are going to expose a lot of internal information, like if we get some Prisma error, we're going to throw that directly in the h2 tag. It's not good, but you can revert back, or you can have that. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't have the error message there. This is completely fine. And also let's add the loading page. So I'm going to create the loading.tsx here. I'm going to, so we saw that it's loading component, right? It's going to optionally take a children, and we use the loader icon with the animate spin. That's the loading component. So we are good with the UI setup. The next section we will start building our actual project. We are going to set up our database schema and so on. I'm going to change the font. This is a news application, so I'm going to use something that is serif. Right now it is using the Inter font, Next.js by default. I'm going to get the Meriwether. We also have Meriwether Sans, but I'm not going to use Meriwether. For Sans, I'm going to use Poppins. Okay, so these are the weights we get. So I've just added everything. We get the Meriwether, and instead of the inter.class name, I'm passing the Meriwether.class name for the entire application. Okay, now the entire application has a different font, but sometimes we also want to use a sans non-distractive fonts. For that, I'm going to, inside of my util, I'm going to create a fonts file. I'm going to import Poppins, and let's create the Poppins font. So I have enabled all the weights. We had like 100 to 900 all weights available for Poppins, and I'm going to export the class name. Okay, now let's give this font for our users information. Okay, so now the users information is in sans serif, the Poppins font. The other ones are in Meriwether, the serif font. So whenever we want, like we have table data, we cannot use serif font inside a table. That won't be fine. Good. Wherever required, we will be using this sans font. Okay, so up to this point, we have set up the boilerplate. We have tRPC API working, we have the authentication working, we have set up the UI, we have the basic components ready. Now let's start working with our database. So go to the Prisma schema. Right now we have 3 tables, only the basic ones. Let's start creating the other required ones. We are not going to iteratively build this product. So that will reflect the actual product development, but I'm going to go all in one go when it comes to database. Let's create the article. It's going to take, we always keep this created and updated at dates. We have title, body, optional summary. So this summary will be taken from the body. So we have in the home page, we will be displaying the title and some text in the from the body. We don't want to fetch the whole body to render that, right? So when we create the blog, the article, the news article, we will get some 200 characters from the body and we will save that in the summary. We can also use AI for doing this, but I did not do that. And we also have this published boolean. We have tags of any string, and we are connecting who wrote the article, okay, the reporter back. And then each article we are going to get feedback from the user. The feedback type is going to be, we are going to have 4 values in this enum. Starts with love, like, dislike, and hate. Okay, maybe we can rename it to for better understanding, but yep. Love means we are going to add 2 points to that particular article from the user. So we will have a small graph later. I'll explain how this whole thing, the vector database works. But yeah, love, like is like 1 point, dislike is -1, hate is -2. That's how it is. And we are going to also track the current balance. The credit balance is going to be 1 for one user. You're going to have the float, the balance as float. And each user is going to have multiple transactions. Each current balance is going to have multiple transactions. It could be while we credit the add funds to our account, or when we use our tokens, we will keep detecting that. So each transaction will keep track of everything that the user spends or adds to his account. And we are going to create editors. So the editor is going to have a name and image. We're going to actually use Cloudinary in this project, and we are going to just save the Cloudinary public ID. That is a unique ID that Cloudinary keeps track of the resource we have there, and we will just render that. So last time we were using Firebase. Okay, this time I simplified the process using Cloudinary. It's going to be unsigned file uploads. Okay, so all these are the configurations the user can do to modify to create the editor. We have to specify the language, the style. So I have a set of languages here as a enum. It starts with English, Tamil, Hindi, French, Spanish, German, Mandarin, Japanese. We can add more, or we could actually get this from a whole language database or something, but demo application, I have all these languages for this project. Style is we are going to give some interesting options. Sensationalist. That's going to be that editor is going to be exaggerating and attention grabbing. They will convert any article into a sensationalist article. Okay, cheerleader hype, they exaggerates but in a positive way, hype building way. Poetic, straightforward and factual. Conspiracy theorists, celebrity gossip. These are the styles the editor can have. And the other, verbosity and the word complexity, are going to be simpler. It's going to be succinct, moderate, elaborate, short to the point, balanced and detailed and expensive, and also expansive. And also word complexity is going to start with the elementary to the sophisticated. Now let's create the editor article. So this editor article will save. So it's like caching. When we ask an editor to translate, to rewrite an existing article, we actually store that translation or the rewritten version of the article in the database inside this editor article table. And when the user requests the same combination, the article ID and the editor ID, we will get that information from this model, from this table, instead of writing that again. Okay, that's all. Now let's create our connections back from the user. One user can have n number of feedbacks, and in the feedback you have to point out that it's going to be unique between a user and article. One user cannot have multiple opinions about one article, and each user is going to have their own credit balance. It's one-to-one, and the user and the editor, the connection between the user and the editor is going to be a bit complex. My editors is going to have all the editors that user created. It is going to be one-to-many, and favorite editors is going to have all the editors that the user favorited. Okay, that is the table. Okay, last one is the editor can have one-to-many relationship, can have many articles. That is the database schema. We have 9 tables. So 3 user role-based tables: user, admin, and reporter. We have article, feedback, credit balance and the transaction, editor and the editor article. Okay, that's it. That's all about the database schema. Let's create the migration. Okay, our Prisma Studio is running. We need to, let's start the Prisma Studio, and we will see all our tables there. Okay, so we have 2 users, 1 admin, and we have other tables. Let's create the admin pages. So inside the admin, the roles of the admin are they are going to manage admins, manage reporters, and also in the dashboard they will be having access to information. Okay, so we are going to start to work on the form management. Let's start with installing the required dependencies. We need Zard for the form validation. It's not just form validation. We are going to actually use the sort schema in our as input in our tRPC routes as well. And we need hook form resolvers. That is to help the React hook form to work with the Zard. Let's create our form schema. In our src, I'm going to create a forms directory. Inside that, create user.tsx. So I'm creating this create user because I'm going to use the same thing for creating reporters as well. Importing the z from Zard, use form from the React hook form, and Zard resolver from the hook form resolvers. Let's write the schema. I'm going to call this schema create user. You're going to use the z, get the object. Inside that, I'm going to create one property called z id. That is going to be a string, and we at least want one character, and I'm also going to have a message there. So if when we validate it, this is the error we are going to get. User id is required. Okay, and I'm going to infer the type from this schema using the z.infer. Earlier I would like to remind you about the types we inferred from the app router. This is the output type, this is the input type. So these type utilities were given by the tRPC server. Similarly, we have this infer from the Zard. Now let's create the hook. This is the form management hook. I'm going to use the use form, and here we have to pass the type, and we have to also specify the resolver. That is going to be the Zard resolver. I'm going to pass the schema outside that. Okay, so it is a bit redundant that I'm passing it twice. I'm passing the schema, so technically the use form can infer the type inside, but okay, but you have to pass this or else you are not going to get the type safety. Our form schema is ready. Let's start to work on the pages. Inside the app, I'm going to create admin/layout.tsx. Similarly, we also want a page.tsx. So this layout, we are going to have multiple pages inside it. We're going to have manage admins/page.tsx and also manage reporters. Okay, so when we have some control in the layout, then nobody can access any of these inner pages, nested pages as well. So we are going to have in the layout, I'm going to have a check if that person has admin access. For that, I'm going to create a route. I'm going to clean this up. Let's create a new route called admins. I'm going to use the same router to create the nested routes as well. This is exactly the same which we used to create the overall app router as well. Now, admins router, admin routes. Let's call it admin routes. Fine. Here I'm going to create a route called admin me that is going to check if that person has admin route, admin access. Admin me is going to be a public procedure that anybody logged in can access. Public procedure is not a function. Okay. Inside that, let's get the context and just return the db.admin.findUnique. Here I'm going to pass the condition. We're going to get the actually it has to be a protected procedure because we need the user is going to be logged in at this point. We also need to include the user information. So it's a bit like GraphQL, but it's not going to be that flexible. We cannot we can select, but we cannot do both. There is a problem there. We can select. Okay, Prisma is not allowing it. It says choose either choose select or include. Okay, we can only do one. So this is a route. Now we have a dummy route here which we just deleted. I'm going to clean that up. Now in the admin layout, let's create the layout. Okay, so this is the layout, and here first I'm going to check if the user is logged in. Technically we never hit this point because in the middleware we are not allowing anything into the public routes other than the API ones. Okay, even the home page is protected. So definitely the admin route is going to be protected, but for TypeScript I have to actually do this. If I'm not checking it, here the user ID is going to be nullable, is string or null. So just because of that, I'm having that check condition there. Basically having just a link to sign in. Now the user ID will be string. Okay, and then I'm going to get the admin me information using the tRPC. This is a server component, so we need to await it. .admins.adminme .query. Okay, so this is going to have the ID, user information also. If the user is not there, if the admin is not there, okay. If the admin is not there, I'm going to ask the user. So we are going to display a message, error message, okay. For that, I'm going to create a component called tell them. So I'm going to just copy paste it. We will go through that. It's just, it gets the UID. We will have a component that lets the user to actually click and copy that UID, and we will ask them to provide that ID to some admin if they want to become admin. So inside the component, inside the organism, I'm going to, okay, molecule, I'm going to place that tell them component, which is basically an alert box, which is a flux box with item center, justify center. We're having some text with styles there, okay, along with the copy to clipboard component. I will also, the copy to clipboard on click, I'm just using the navigator.clipboard to write text into it so it gets copied. I'm also using the toast here. Let's have that demo. So we have the tell them component. If the admin is not there, I'm going to return the tell them. So here we have to pass the role. The role is going to be admin. In this case, the UID is going to be user ID. Okay. Now we go to the admin page. Okay, we need to start the server. The admin page. Oh, okay, I did not create the page. Let's create, let me just create a dummy page here. Okay, later we will come back here, we will have a dashboard, a simple dashboard. Oops. I think we get this error because I was just returning the children like this in an inside an object. I shouldn't do that. Now we get the admin page here, the text here. I suppose this person is actually an admin. Okay, for testing I added it. Okay, this guy is already an admin. Let me just take that out, or let's just delete this. Now when we try again, we're going to see this. Looks like you are missing the admin badge. Request assistance from our admins and provide your ID. And on clicking it, we also get this toast message. Okay, for the UI I did not put a lot of effort. We get a lot of things done by Chassis and UI, and also Tailwind is really helpful. Okay, so I can copy this. If I am the first admin, maybe let's log in with the admin. We also have an admin user. Actually, the button has some styling issues. Oh, maybe let's just wrap the children inside the div. Okay, TypeScript was complaining. Okay, I just found a problem with the variant, the button variant. Primary text foreground. I'm going to change this to text white because I know that the BG primary is dark enough. Okay, I'm going to log in with my admin user. Okay, so when I was creating that user, I gave the email ID as admin@user.com. I can create one more. Okay, while creating the user, I gave a wrong email ID like admin@user.com. I'm going to create a new one, admin@email.com. Now our webhook is also working. Now, okay, I got this ID. I got this ID created in our database. Now let's delete that. Okay, we did not have any user deleted webhook created, so I'm going to delete it myself. Okay, now I'm going to log in with our admin at email.com email ID. Okay, now when I go to the admin page, we're going to see this error message warning, or it just asks me to copy this and provide that to the admin. We don't have any admins right now, so I'm going to this is the first guy, so I'm going to create that directly in the database. Now this guy is logged in into the admin page. Now let's create a small setup here. We're going to have a sidebar here with the options. We're going to have forms for creating listing admins, creating listing reporters. So in the admin layout right now, we are checking if the admin is logged in, which actually happens through the middleware itself, but I had to do this for the sake of TypeScript. And I'm checking if the user has admin access. If the admin does not have admin access, we let them know. I made them copy the UID and we just added that person as admin. Now let's proceed to create we are going to have a sidebar. I'm going to have a responsive sidebar. Okay, so initially everything is going to be a flux box. The whole thing is going to be a flux box. And the first item is going to be an admin menu. Let's create the admin menu. It's going to be links. Starts with admin manage reporters, manage articles, manage users, manage editors. And I'm going to have a custom link component which is going to highlight when the path name matches the href. So here here I'm getting the path name. I'm seeing if the href passed to this custom link component is same as the path name. If it's active, I'm having some styles there. Other than that, it's just another link. I'm using forward ref here. You may not have to use it, but it's always safe to have to forward the ref. So that's the custom link, and we have the admin menu. So this will be hidden by default because I'm going to have a sheet component for the smaller screens. This admin menu will only be visible for bigger screens. When I reduce the size to a mobile screen, the whole component will be gone, will be hidden. Okay. So this is going to be the remaining space, and this will be visible still the small screen, and after that this part will hide. So basically I'm going to use a sheet like this sidebar. When we have like here, I'm going to have a simple sidebar. So this again we are using from the sheet component. We are going to have a menu, the hamburger menu as a sheet trigger, and we have the sheet content. Okay, so that something went wrong. Okay, in smaller screens we get this hamburger menu instead. On clicking, it will come from the left, and also you can see the active current link is being highlighted, right? The current link, the dashboard is being highlighted, and we don't have any other pages yet. Okay, so once we have some data, we will come back. I will come back to this page component, which is this part right now. We will have some dashboard cards that will display some aggregate values along with the links to these pages. Now let's fast forward to work with the manage admins and manage reporters page. Already we have the page, but the page is empty. That's why we are getting this error. I'm going to create another procedure here called find all. This is going to be a protected procedure. Only admin can access it. Nobody can access all the admins at once. Here again, I'm going to use the context. We have the db inside the context dot db dot admin dot find many. That will do. I'm also going to include the user. So in the manage admins, I'm going to use that find all procedure from the admins root. This is going to be a server component dot admins dot find all dot query. Okay, I'm going to have a simple typography component in the atoms, which is going to have a few title components and a description, title 1, title B. These are just classes, and they get the class name also here. So basically we have some predefined typography components here, and I'm going to just loop through the admins I got, and I'm going to use a user card to render them. The user card is going to get ID, image, and name. I'm going to use the image from Next.js. And we're going to display the username and the user ID. So these are the information. Here we will be adding a dialog also. Now we have the admins page and something goes wrong. Oh, so I have to actually configure the next image. It's coming from the clerk. So go to the next config. Here I'm going to add images, remote patterns, and inside an array I'm going to pass the host name, the img.clerk.com. Okay, so later whenever we find this error, we will come back here and add the new host name. Now I have added it. The server stopped, and now we are seeing that one admin. Okay, so we started creating this this section by creating this hooks. Let's create that form for creating new admin. So inside the templates, I'm going to create that component, create admin, create admin.tsx. Let's create a component there. I'm going to, here we are going to fetch all the form management functions from the use form create user. Okay, that we use the use form, Zord solver, and Zord schema to create that. This will give us the register data. Okay, handle submit and reset. Reset will reset the form. Handle submit will use in the on submit. Register will use to register the form elements to the form schema. Okay, let's start creating the form. The first item, remember we already have the label and input elements ready. Okay, and I'm going to use a label here, and the input both are from our input atoms. I'm going to have a placeholder UID, and I'm going to just spread everything that we get from the register function. I'm registering the ID. That's it. And the second one, for creating the admin, we only need the admin ID. Create, okay, submit. The button is going to be of type submit, and I'm also going to, yep, that's it. We have to import the button. Okay, I have to use this component in the page manage admins. Actually, I have to mark this component with the use client because we are using hooks, and yep. Okay, let's do some styling. I'm going to wrap the entire thing with a div that has a some shadow, some rounded corners with some minimum. I don't want to extend the form to the entire width. I'm having some max width. Okay, that helps. I'm also going to have a title above the form. Okay, create admin. And I'm going to have some margin top. Okay, so I'm just going to go with this. This is the, maybe I will have a heading here also. Title 2 admins. Okay. Now let's try creating a new admin. We have to create the mutation first. I'm going to copy paste and we will explain it. So I'm creating the create mutation. This is going to be a protected procedure again. I'm going to import the schema we created for creating the user, and I'm using the context db to actually see if the admin is if the admin already exists. If the admin already exists, I'm going to throw an error saying it's a bad request. The user is already an admin. If not, I'm going to again do the create and return there. Now let's use the hook. I'm going to use a tRPC client here, not here. Inside the create admin, I'm going to use a tRPC client dot admins dot create dot use mutation. This is going to give back the data. Loading is loading. Error. I'm going to set the loading state to the button, and let's add the on submit. I'm going to use a handle submit. Handle submit is going to give back the data, the validated data, and I'm going to just this will also give a mutate async. We can rename that to create admin, and inside the handle submit I'm going to use create admin. We can directly pass the data because they are using this exact same schema. The form is using the create schema create user. The mutation is using the schema create user, exactly the same Zard schema. So they completely match. Okay. In the mutation, I'm going to add an on success. And inside the on success, I'm going to do a few things. First, I'm going to reset the form. Next, I'm going to use the toast. For that, I need to use the use toast hook. Also, remember we have the we should need the toaster enabled, added to the layout in order for this use toast to work. So on success, I'm using the toast. Actually, we can get the okay, let's not use on success because I was thinking I would get some data there, but I'm not getting. I don't know why. So I'm going to use effect hooks. Use effect. Okay, that's for the error. If there is a error, I'm going to just toast the error message, and if it's successful, we know that by the data. If the data is there, I'm going to reset the form, create the toast message, and I'm going to revalidate the path, that is /admin/manage admins. Okay. The revalidate path is going to come from, actually we can use it from we can import it from Next.js, but it's not going to work actually. I had to actually create the revalidate path with use server. So I had to re-export it from a use server, and I can use it from this client component. Now let's try. We have two users. Okay, let me quickly log in with the other guy. user1@gmail.com. Now this guy is logged in, but when I go to the admin page, we are going to get this warning, like alert message saying we don't have the admin access. Now I copied that. I'm going to come here, put it to say submit. Now, yeah. So automatically it got refetched, right? It got the page got revalidated, and this thing got rendered again. Maybe let's have some. Okay. Yep. So that's the manage create admin. We are going to do exactly the same thing for creating that reporters also. Let's also quickly add the remove option, remove admin option. So we have to go back to the admins router. There I'm going to add the remove procedure. So this is again going to be a protected procedure, only admins can access it. And the input is going to be the same. We need the ID. That is again going to be a mutation. Get the context.db.admin.delete delete, and I have to pass the ID. The ID is going to come from, you need to destructure the input. The ID is going to come from the input.id. Okay, that's the remove procedure. I'm going to create a button. This is technically the user card. We are going to have the button right here which says remove. So let's create that button here. Delete admin button. Delete admin button. This is again going to be a client component. This button actually gets the ID. We don't need a form here. Create admin create user. Okay, form type create user. That's the type. Okay, that's the type we inferred from the form, and we get the ID from there. You can just have ID string, but this is safer. I'm going to use the tRPC client.admins.remove. Maybe I should call it delete. Okay, delete, and dot use mutation. This is going to give us data is loading. Okay, fine. I'm going to return a button. So our button, we already have some variations we can pass. Variant is going to be link. Size is going to be, remember I added this none size. This is coming from the button variant. This is just going to be a link, and it's not going to have any height or additional padding or anything for the button. Delete. Okay, and on click I'm going to use the, again, get the mutate async. I'm going to rename that to delete admin, and I'm going to use it here. So we need to pass the ID. Okay, fine. So this is the button. Let's also add the loading state. Fine. This is the delete admin button. I'm going to go inside the user card. We have the image, and in the side we are going to have the name, ID. Actually, okay, I'm just seeing it right now. We can also add children. Okay, I'm going to add the button here as a child, and it is going to require me to pass the ID, which is admin.id. Fine. Now this is how it looks. Not bad. But I want to keep the delete button to the element separately. I don't want anyone to accidentally click that. And let's use a flex box. I'm going to justify end. I think it has some width constraint. Okay, that's fine. So this is the button. Let's delete the newly created guy. It won't ask any inputs. Okay, actually also after that I have to wear here. I'm going to try the on success again. Data variable context. Okay, here let's revalidate the path. It's going to be admins / manage admins. Let's also add the toast. Okay, so we are going to get the toast, and we're going to revalidate the path. Okay, let's now when I refresh it, the user is going to disappear. It has to disappear. What happened? Oh, the delete did not happen. Delete admin created. The wrong error message. Deleted. Okay. Okay, you might have noticed as well. Noticed this as well. I did not return, or I have to await this. I did not do both. So when I return this, the action will happen. Let's delete it. Fine. Now I can add the user again, delete the user again, and also that will be obviously reflected in the database. Let's do the exact same thing for the manage reporters page. So right now I have to run the application. Okay, right now we don't have anything. So just like the manage admins page, I'm going to just copy paste. Maybe we can create some abstraction, but I think that's we don't want to do that. I'm going to create a router called reporter routes. Let's create the reporter route. I'm going to again copy paste this reporter routes. We need to know if the reporter is a reporter. So we get the ID. We are checking if there is a reporter row for that ID, and this find all is going to, and actually we are going to let only the admin to find all the reporters. So I'm using reporter.find many. I'm also including the user information. Again, we need the delete one here. The schema is going to be exactly the same. We are only going to get the ID, which is a string, and I'm going to delete the reporter. For creating, again, we need the same schema. We're going to check if that person is already an admin, already a reporter. If there is the user is already a reporter, I'm going to return the error, and if not, I'm going to create the reporter. Let's check if I have any admins. Okay, so all these actions, the find all, delete, and create, can be accessed only by the admin. Now let's import that. Fine. Let's go back to the page. This page is manage reporters page. I'm going to go to the reporters and find all, manage reporters. So just like the create admin, we have to create a create reporter component. Okay, everything is going to be the same. We just have to create this create reporter and delete reporter button. Let's do the first one. Create reporter. Okay, same form, use form hook, same toast, everything, but here I have to get the reporters dot create mutation, and I just have to change the toast message, and the path is going to be manage reporters which is this path. Everything else is going to be the same, and let's rename this to create reporter. Okay, everything is good. Let's change the component name. Okay, so that's the create reporter component. Let's also add the delete reporter button. Okay, so here instead of the admins, I'm going to get the reporters route, the delete procedure from the reporters route. Manage reporters. Okay, reporters. Fine. I think we are done here. Fine. Now we have the buttons. We have the create reporter mutation form component. Now let's modify them. Modify the page to use the create reporter, and here delete reporter button. Everything is fine. So this is the component manage. This is the page manage reporters page. We don't have any reporters now. Okay, this is our innocent user. This person is now, wow, okay. So let's quickly, this is going to be very similar to the admin page. Let's quickly create one for the reporter. Inside the app, I'm going to create a reporter directory, and I'm going to have a layout.tsx, and we also need a page.tsx. In the layout, remember what we had in the here. This is going to be exactly the same. I'm going to just copy into the layout, and reporters dot, I think we had a reporter me procedure. If there is no reporter me, I'm going to tell them that they don't have access to this reporter page. We also now have to create this reporter menu. I'm going to just I'm going to duplicate the admin menu to reporter menu. This is going to be simple. The reporter can actually go their dashboard, their articles, and the new article. Add this padding left to make it look like a sub menu. That is the reporter menu. So instead of the admin menu in the layout, reporter layout, I'm going to add that menu instead, and everything is going to be same. And in the page, let's have something there. Reporter. Okay. Now this person, when this person tries to access the reporter page, this is exactly the same from the admin layout, right? So we want to copy this reporter ID and pass it to the admin. The admin is now going to paste this in the create reporter form, and when the admin submits, you see the form getting reset. We are seeing the reporter display. Again, now this person, when they refresh, they are inside the reporter page. So in the next section, upcoming sections, we will be creating this my articles page, create article page, and so on. Let's quickly try the delete button also. The reporter got deleted. Now when I refresh, it's back to this page. In this section, we're going to create a vector database using Pinecone. We will be actually embedding the information, the user information, using the Voyage AI. There are also other models like Ada from OpenAI, but in this case, we are going to use Claude 3 later for rewriting the articles, and for embedding text, I'm going to use something called Voyage AI. So in this section, we'll be creating a Pinecone, setting up the Voyage, and so remember in the webhook, we have a to-do remaining. Remember, when the user is created, we have to actually embed the user information. In this case, by default, we don't want to add any. It's going to be like some text, empty string or default user. That's all. And we will just create an account in the Pinecone, the vector database. So basically, the vector database looks like this. It's going to be a bit different from the other types of databases. It's going to have so in this case we are seeing a two-dimensional graph. We have x, y, and x, and each document is going to be in a particular distance with other. So instead of using the scalar values like string, integer, this uses vectors. It's going to have n number of the vector is going to be an array with n number of values in it. And the embedding models like Voyage AI is going to take a text. It's going to be a chunk of text. It could be anything. It's going to take the chunk of text and it's going to convert that into a vector, and that vector will have the semantic value of the article of anything, any text. Okay. Yep. So basically, let's see an example. For example, if these three, we are going to actually save the user and the article in the same vector database. We're going to have metadata to differentiate them: type user, type article. Imagine we have a user created. Initially, the user is not going to have any preferences. He's going to be in the middle. Imagine the cursor as a user. We have three articles here. The user is in the middle. And when the user likes this article, we are going to move this vector towards that article. Okay, in this case, this is two-dimensional. In this case, it may look like I'm moving away. The user is moving away from the other articles, but that's not going to be the case in hyperdimensional environment. And when if the user dislikes this article, we will move that user vector away from that article. Okay, that's the technique we are going to use. Let's go to the Pinecone. I'm going to create an index. So login. You can create one index for free, I think. Yay, SAS. And the dimension is going to be 1024. This should match the API we are using. Okay, for ADA it is 1005 something. For OAJ we have to give 1024 dimensions. So I'm okay with all the default values. Create index. Okay, our index is being created. Fine. Now we have to remember the index name, and we have to actually also have the API key. I'm going to copy this. Let's save it in our environment variable .env file. Okay. Save the Pinecone API, and we also need the Voyage API. Let's create one for Voyage API. And in the Voyage dash.voyageai.com, go to the API keys, create a new API key. I will be deleting this. AI SAS workshop. Create the API key. Copy this. I will be deleting this key. Paste it. Okay. We have the Voyage AI key, Pinecone API key ready. Also, we need this index name. In the src directory, I'm going to create a directory called AI, and inside that I'm going to have a file called constants.ts. There I'm going to save the index name, the AI SAS. Okay, that's pretty much it. In the AI directory, I'm also going to create a ai.service.ts. I'm going to actually have a class here. That's not mandatory to create a class called AI search, but I find it good to organize everything inside that. Now we need to install the Pinecone database. The dependency to access the Pinecone database. I'm going to add Pinecone/database, Pinecone-database/Pinecone. And we need to import the index Pinecone and record metadata. I'm going to declare. Okay. So in the constructor, I'm going to instantiate that private Pinecone member. So using new Pinecone, I am passing the Pinecone API key. I'm getting the Pinecone, and I'm going to create the instance, assign the instance to the this member variable, private member. Okay, so now we got this Pinecone index. Now let's create the add user method. It's going to get the UID. Let's create a private method called create embedding, because we have to share this while creating the article also. The API URL goes like this. We are going to directly use fetch. We are not going to install any dependency. We are going to actually hit the API using fetch, and we are going to pass the text, get the embedding. vector back. This is the API URL. I'm going to prepare the data. The model is going to be voyage2. I'm getting the content and passing it in as an input. Let's get the API key to voyage key. Let's also manage if the API key is not there. I'm going to throw an error saying voyage API key missing. And then I'm going to directly use the fetch, pass the API URL, then the method is going to be post. We need to pass the voyage URL, voyage API in the header. Also, I'm adding the content type as application JSON, and the body is going to be the data, which has the model name and the input. That's it. We get the response, we get the information from there, and then we get the embeddings, and we are returning that. And if something goes wrong, I'm just consoling log that. So that's how we embed the data. Now inside the add user method, I'm going to use the create embedding. I'm passing this as a default user, okay, because there is going to be some semantic value generated from this text, right? I don't want to pass the UID. That does not possess any meaning at all. But the default user, maybe we can have other meaning here, like default user without any opinions, like that. But I think this is fine. Okay. And then I'm going to await this dot pinecone index dot upsert. So I'm going to add the user information here. It starts with the UID, and in the values, this is the vector. The values that data dot embedding. Okay, we don't have much type safety here. Also, I'm going to add the metadata here. I'm going to pass the ID, and the type is going to be user. So when we insert the article into our database, we will do the exact same thing. We will access the pinecone index, we will upsert. The ID is going to be the article ID. The value is going to get from the embedding, and we can have any number of metadata. In the article case, we will add as much information as possible, because actually we can also filter the metadata when we fetch from pinecone vector database. So that's almost done. Now in the webhook, I'm going to create an instance of the AI service, and I'm going to just call it. After we save it into our database, I'm going to call the add user with the UID. That's pretty much it. Now I'm going to delete all the existing users. I'm going to delete all the users because I want to start fresh. This time when we register, when we create a user, that user will get created in the pinecone database as well. So let's also, I'm also going to delete from my clerk database. Okay, I'm deleting both these users. Actually, if you can register with Google here, okay, Google or GitHub. This thing works, but I don't want to use the actual email ID. That's why I'm using this dummy email ID. We cannot register using dummy email ID here. When I'm giving admin at email.com here, it's going to what? When I try to sign up, we have some password policies. Also, we need to verify that account. Let's try to register this. Oh, okay. Okay, so we have all these conditions going on. That's why I'm using like dummy user here. Now our webhook is running, and our webhook is set up here, and I'm going to create a user here. And I'm going to start with the user one at email.com. Basically, the pinecone is empty now. Okay, there are no records. I'm going to create the user from the clerk interface. Ignore password policies, create. Now Pinecone takes a few seconds, but our database will have this user. Wait a few seconds and refresh. Okay, we got the data. So this is the vector. This is going to have like 100 and something 1024 values there. That's the vector. Also have the ID and the type of user and as the metadata. So in the upcoming sessions, we will do the same thing for the article. We will be creating the article. We will be posting the article that in our database, and we will create the embedding. We will embed the article into a vector using the OAGI, and we will create that. We will create an account. We will create an entity row in the Pinecone vector database. Okay, now we have one user in our clerk. We have one user in our Postgres database. We have one user in the Pinecone, the vector database. You can see all these information are synced. We have the same user ID here in our Postgres. Also, we have the same person, the same user ID here. Let's create a few more users, one for the admin and one for the user. Okay, have created 2 users, and I can see that it hit the webhook. Now we see the 2 users created here. We should also see the users created in our vector database. Okay, fine. So we are going to proceed to create articles from the reporter page, and we will be creating that article in Pinecone in the vector format. So that's what we are going to do now. I'm going to log in with the IDs, with the accounts I created, reporter@email.com. Reporter@coim. Wow. Spelling mistakes, but fine. I'm logged in with the reporter. Now the reporter page is already welcoming us. I'm going to keep this for logging in with our admin. I'm just using different Google profiles, the guest mode and incognito mode to log in into different accounts. This is admin@email.com. Okay, now all our users are logged in. Okay, so yeah, I refreshed everything. We have to make the admin, add account, add record, and I have added this person as admin. We can create admins now. We can create reporters. There are no reporters. Let's create the reporter. I think we went through this. So I'm inside the reporter. I'm copying the UID and okay, let's create the reporter. Fine. I'm also going to give some name here, but if I am like using my email ID or something, the name will be there. But since I created these users from the clerk interface, it did not ask for user, but fine. Okay, the reporter is created. Now we can go back to the reporter page. Now we will see some options, my articles and create article. We have to create those pages. Inside the reporters page, I'm going to create the my articles /page.tsx. Let's export the default component. Here we already have the find all reporter me. Okay, actually we have to create the my articles procedure. So I'm going to use the protected procedure. Only reporters can access it. Probably let's also add the admin. Admin should be able to do everything. I'm just getting all the articles where the reporter ID is going to be the requester's user ID. So that's my articles. Now I'm going to use the tRPC server side client to get all my articles. If the article length is 0, I'm going to just use an alert box and return 0 articles. Now when I go to the my articles, you should see something went wrong. Query procedure path. Why? We have my articles here. Okay, now we are seeing the no articles message. Now let's just loop through and render our articles. I'm just going to have a flex box with flex column with gap 6, and I'm just going to loop through the my articles that we fetched through the tRPC server side client. And I'm first of all I'm having the articles a card, simple card that renders the article information including the title, summary and so on. And we'll be having a button to update the state, published state. First let's create the article simple card simple article card simple. This is going to get the article type. The article type is going to first display the, so based on the published state we are going to have some if it's not published, I'm going to give a faded, a muted look along with some padding left and border left. I'm also going to have a transition, so when the state changes from published to unpublished, we are going to see some dimming effect. Okay, the card becomes dim. I'm going to just render the title date. We will create the display date component having the badge, the published state, and also the tags inside the badge. Let's create the display date, which we will be using date FNS with some opinionated date format. So display date.tsx is going to get the date string. Date string is mandatory. The date format and class name are optional. Okay, I have to install the date FNS. So by default we are going to have the pp it means the date along with the time. Fine, our article simple card is done. Let's import that and visit. Okay, we don't have any cards in any articles. I should have. Okay, let's build the new article page, and first let's create that. So whenever we want to mutate something, we have to start with creating the schema. I'm going to have a schemas file here where I'm going to place the article schema. It's going to have a title, body, published state, and the tags. Let's also create the hooks inside the form. I'm going to create this create article. So this we already did, right? Exact same things. I get the schema, I infer the type. I'm creating the form management hook, the use form. I'm passing the solver and also some default values here. Now let's create the new article component. In the templates, new article, I'm going to import the form management functions using the hook, the new use create article, and also actually we have to create the mutation. Here I'm going to create a route called articles.ts. Let's create the router there. So both the admin and the reporter can create articles, and it's going to be we also have to pass the input. The input is schema create article. It's going to be a mutation, and let's do it. We can get the context in the input here, and I'm going to return. Okay, so before that I have to actually create the summary length. So remember we have in the article I also have this summary column, which is just the some n number of characters from the body text. Okay, so I'm just having that here. We can actually store that in a constant variable. I'm just having it here. Summary length, I'm getting the substring starting with the 0 to the 200th character from the body string. And let's create the article using db.context context db.article create. I'm passing all the input, the summary, and I'm connecting the reporter, whoever is calling the requester's UID. So once it's done, now I'm going to okay, we have to do something else. Okay, so we have to actually add the AI to the context. Let's do it. Let's delete the to do, and here I'm going to just pass the AI here so that we can now access. So after we write our article into our database, here I'm going to use the AI to observe the article. Now let's go to the AI service and create that method. We already have one for create embedding, which we will use in this while creating the article. Also we will be using the same method. We already have the use add user. Similarly, let's create the add or upsert article, because we are also going to use the same method while updating the article. When the reporter and the admin updates the article, we also want to update it in the vector database. So outputs, here I have to actually add the articles router, articles create, that's going to be the input. Wow. Okay, so I was not actually returning the article from this procedure, and that's why I had difficulty accessing the type information of the article here. So now I'm getting the combined text, and I'm going to do the same thing here. Let's create the embedded value of this combined text. The combined text is going to have the title, body, and the tags separated with spaces. Now let's do the upsert. And we have to, so instead of the UID, we have to pass the article ID. And the article ID is a number, so I have to change that to a string, and the values are fine. The same thing goes here. The metadata, I'm going to share all the article information so that we can filter information right in our Pinecone database. I'm also going to have the summary. I don't know why it is expecting me a summary. Record metadata. Okay, the property summary is required. I don't know why we want to have a summary there. I don't remember. I don't understand that part. I don't know why I want to pass the summary. Okay, I will investigate that later. So yeah, I'm just passing all the properties from the article. I'm passing the type information as article. Here we are passing type as the user, and I'm also passing the summary. And for some reason, I have to actually pass the summary information. Okay, fine. So that's how we add the article. Okay, now from our procedure, I'm going to call the context.ai dot upset article. I have to pass the article which we got created. Oh, actually there is some problem with the time. So I just created the type date is not assignable to string. So okay, I'm going to spread all the article. The create edit is going to be article dot create edit dot to ISO string. So that will convert that to a string, and also the same thing will apply to the update edit date. Fine. So that's how we create the article. We create the article into a database. We are pushing it into our pinecone database, vector database, and we are returning the article. Now we can head back to the new article, and I'm going to use the mutation here. This is going to be a client side tRPC client. Let's create the form. The first one is going to be, I'm going to get the title of the article. Actually we can use something like what you see is what you get kind of editor. I'm not using that, I skipped that part. We are using a text editor here. My article, okay, I have to create the page, new page.com.tsx, where I will be just returning the new article component which we are writing. Client component, this has to be a client component. Fine. So this is how we are going to deal with this, but having some rich text editor will be most appropriate for this. Okay, for managing the published state we need a switch component. I'm going to install it manually. Let's copy that, put it into the switch. And I'm going to add that component. This is going to be a controlled input type. The control is going to come from the React hook form. We get the we have to pass the control from here, from the management hook, and inside the render I am passing the switch component. There I am actually passing the checked value that is getting from the field, and also the on change. Now we get this switch. Okay, and everything is now, every value is being tracked here. We can use a watch to see what data is being stored in our form. Okay, when I start typing, you can see the data being updated here. The publish is true because that's what we gave in the default values. Also the body is being updated. The switch is also working, published false, and when I change it, published true. Okay, the next part in this form is a bit tricky. I'm going to create a custom, we are going to actually collect the tags. So I'm going to create a component. I will explain it. Select tag. So inside the molecule I'm going to create this select tag component. Basically I'm just managing the state called value, and whenever that input changes, I'm going to call this. I'm going to split the data with the comma. I'm going to trim for any empty spaces there. If I already have some space inside the tags, I will be joining them with hyphen, and I will be saving that to the badges array. And I'm getting this on change here, and I'm setting the tag, the array of string in the tag, in the on change. So we can pass this, import the tags. So from the on change, I will be getting the data, and I'm using the set value from the use form create article hook, and I'm setting the tags data there. That's it. So this is that component. Let me clean up. Maybe let's just listen to the tags information. So when I start typing, I'm also having this placeholder trending, breaking news, sports, World Cup. Now what happens is automatically the spaces will be converted into hyphens, and automatically they will be converted into an array of string. Fine. So that's all about this form data. That's all about this form. Let's just call submit the form. Okay. And also we need a button, a submit button that gets the loading state. Okay. I'm going to create a sports article, some fake with the fake information, fake names. Local high school football team wins state championship in a thrilling overtime victory. So that's going to be their body. Sports. Okay. Let's submit the form. Fine. Actually, the article should have yeah, it is submitted. Let's also check the Pinecone database. I'm not revalidating the form, actually, the page, once the form submission is successful. Okay, so here we have the article, we have the vector stored, and also all the article information is stored in the metadata along with the body, summary, and so on. Fine, now we have to reset this database, reset the form, and we have to revalidate the page. Let's import the toast, and inside the on success I'm going to call the toast there. I think here we can get the type. Okay, here we can get the submitted information. Let's reset the form. The reset is coming from here. Let's invalidate the cache. Also using the use router, let's move. This has to come from the next navigation, and I'm going to move to the router slash my articles. So after we finish the my articles slash new on submission, we are going to move back to this page. We are also revalidating the cache in this page. I'm also using the replace so that you cannot go back. Okay, let's create one more article. This time I'm going to create a cooking article. Baking boom, the rise of the home bread maker. Cooking, baking, home bread. Okay, let's submit the form. Okay, good. So our Pinecone will also have the data. Our Prisma is having the data. The Postgres is updated. Pinecone. Okay, I have to refresh again. It takes a few seconds, like some 10 seconds to get updated. Okay, now it's there. We have this aroma of freshly baked bread has been wafting through neighborhoods. I used AI to write this. Okay, I did not write this. Fine, now we have the articles. Let's work on the updating the published state. Also note that we have the published state here, which is true for both the articles. Now I am going to work on the update publish button. I'm going to uncomment this, and let's create this update article button. So for that we have to create the update procedure. Go to the articles route, create the update procedure. Okay, also we have to create a new schema here. In the schemas, I'm going to create a new schema which is going to get the article ID and the published state, which is going to be Boolean. Both are mandatory. I'm getting that. It's a mutation. I'm getting the article ID and publish ID from the input, and also I have to create the update article. I was thinking, okay. So instead of the AI, I have to create one more thing. I was thinking I can actually use the same thing for adding and updating. That's why I named this absurd article, but let's create the update article. This is going to be simpler than the other ones. I'm just passing the ID and the metadata, and inside the metadata, here it's different, right? So last time I was using absurd. So if the ID is not there, it's going to create. If ID is already there, it's going to update. This time we are definitely know that we are going to update the article. So I'm using the update function, passing the ID and the metadata, and I'm just passing the published state in the metadata. That's inside the AI service class. So while updating, I'm first updating the AI information, and then I'm updating the Postgres. Maybe I should do it in the... Okay, well, first let's update the Postgres. What? And then I'm going to return the article. Fine. Now let's create this button. I'm moving fast because everything is going to be a lot redundant now. We are creating a form schema. We are creating a mutation. We are calling it from the UI. We are refetching. We are revalidating. We are rerouting to different pages. So this is the update article button. It's going to be just a button, and I'm calling the update mutation here from the mutate async. The button is also having the use loading, having some variant size, and on success I'm revalidating the path because we don't have to reroute. We are in the same page, right? Report as my articles. I don't have to change the pages. Now this is the button. It's just a button. I'm just on clicking. I'm just calling this mutation along with the required information. That is the article ID and the published state. Okay, now we have the button. Let's unpublish them. Also, I have to say that the children, okay, if it's published, I'm going to call it unpublish, which is here. If it is published, if it's not published, I'll be having the publish text. Also, I have this variant. If it's already published, I will be this. It is just a link. Okay, on however I'm getting some underline, and if it's published, it's going to be default. Maybe why don't we use distractive? Okay, sorry. Distractive should be in the unpublished state. Fine. Unpublishing it, it's loading because it is hitting the Pinecone database, the vector database. Okay, so it got unpublished, and also you can see that it became muted. I'm publishing it again. You saw the transition, right? I'm going to unpublish it again. Okay, now let's look at the data. Look at our Postgres. Here the published state is false. Also in the Pinecone, the published state should have updated. The published state for this sports article is false. Okay, fine. That's how we manage the articles. Let's also create the manage articles for the admin. This page is not there. It's going to be exactly similar to this page, but the reporter can only view and update the articles written by himself or herself, but the admin can actually view articles from everyone. So in the articles router, I'm going to create a find all procedure. I'm going to basically get all the articles. Now I'm going to just copy this. I'm going to create a manage articles route there. paste it. But instead of reporters.myArticles, I'm going to get the articles dot find all. Also remember, this can only be accessed by the admins. Okay, so I'm getting the all articles. If there are no articles, I'm just rendering no articles, and I'm looping through that. I'm rendering this. I'm using the same component here, same article simple information, and also the update publish button. So let's publish the unpublished article from here, from the admin. This is from the admin. Okay, so I have not actually created the article page. We will do it in the upcoming sections. I'm publishing it. It's done. So this is the admin page, and you can see that both of our articles are in published state. Okay, in this section we are going to display all the articles created, and also we are going to display based on score. Initially we expect all articles to have the score uniformly. Let's start from creating the query. In the articles router, I'm going to create a user recommendations that's going to be protected. We don't want any roles for that. It's a query. Let's destructure the AIDB and user information from the context. I'm going to create a function. Okay. In the AI service, I'm going to create the user recommendations method. This is going to get the ID, which is the ID of the user, and it's going to return back a promise of ID and score. It's going to be a number. Okay, that's going to be an array. Okay, so we're going to return an array of ID and score. This is going to be the ID of the article. This is the score. We're going to get both values from the pinecone. First, let's use the. I'm going to fetch the user information first. This is going to give back the records. The user record is going to be records of ID. If there are no records found, I'm going to just record the error, and maybe let's throw an error. Internal server error. Message is going to be, yep, user record not found. Now let's query our pinecone index. Here I'm going to get 10 results. The vector is going to be user record dot values. I'm going to set the include metadata to false. So we don't want to fetch any metadata along with we just want the ID of the article. We don't want the value as well. We only want the ID. And I'm also going to filter with type. Type is going to be article because we are storing the user and the article, and the next filter is the published state has to be true. So this is how we are getting we are querying we are fetching the user ID first. This record will have the vector of the data, which is the array of 1024 values. That's the vector. And if it's not there, I'm going to just log and throw an error. I'm then querying the index. I'm passing the vector, and it's going to return back 10 other vectors, which is going to be of type article, and the published is going to be true. And I am disabling the metadata and values. Let's return this. And before returning, let's do some cleanup. I'm going to map through them, get the ID and score, and I'm just passing this. Fine. Now the TypeScript is happy. Back there, I'm going to get the call the user recommendations method along with the ID. The ID is going to be user ID. And then I'm going to fetch all the articles. First we have to fetch the article ID from the return, the related. This is going to be an array of ID and score. I'm just creating an array of IDs. This is going to be of structure like this. Only ID, array of IDs, article IDs. I'm passing that in the where condition in inside the in. I'm passing the array of IDs there. I'm selecting the title, ID tags, and so on. And then let's combine the score with the article information. I'm going to loop through all the related items which has the ID and the score, and I'm finding that article from the articles the array of articles which we fetched, and we are returning that. Also we have to actually filter that article. This is a type guard. We are making sure that that we have to declare a type there. I'm picking this is a bit not clean, like we are imperatively doing this. I'm creating this. Okay, so let's use this example to understand we should not do this, because here I'm selecting a group of properties, and I'm manually creating this type. Right, what happens when I modify this, when I want to add more information here, maybe body true, this type I created does not know that. Okay, so I get this error here, but still I have to go here and I have to pick that body again. This is not required. So what I'm going to do, we are going to get the type from the data here, type of articles of 0. Okay, now this type is going to have, okay, I have deleted that. Okay, so this article is, this type is going to have, okay, this is a type. Now this type is going to have all the selected values automatically. When I remove the body, the type knows. So I'm just getting the type from the return type, the array information, and here I have to, this is going to have the score and the article. Okay, fine. This is to make sure that this is to actually satisfy that TypeScript, because even though there could be a possibility that there is a mismatch, there is a sync issue between our Pinecone vector database and our Postgres database. A particular article may not be present in our Postgres database, and we are filtering those cases, and you can just return this. That is user recommendations query. We get the user ID, we get the user record to get the vector information, and we use that vector information to query the vector database to get the nearby vectors. Also we are filtering by the article, type of article, and published has to be true, and this all will also give back the score, and we are creating an array of ID and score. We are returning back, and here I'm just getting the IDs from this array. I am fetching this information from our database, and I'm just looping through. I'm adding that score back to this information. Now let's create the homepage template. Inside the template, I'm going to create homepage.tsx. Here I'm going to first fetch the user information, tRPC client dot articles dot user recommendations. Okay, dot use query. We're going to get the data is loading, error. Let's also have the toast here, because if something goes wrong, if we get an error, we have to immediately just use a toast to render the error message. Okay, here I'm going to loop through the data. So first, if it's loading, I'm going to just is fetching. Okay, here I'm using the is fetching instead of the is loading. There's a difference. Is fetching will be called whenever the data is being fetched. Okay, when we are focusing on the page again, it's going to refetch. So whenever that happens, I'm going to show the loading component. The is loading will be called whenever the data is fetched for the first time after the component is mounted. So if it's fetching, then I'm just displaying the loader, and then let's loop through, and I'm going to display the article information. We already have this article simple card. Let's create this article. So inside this organism, I'm going to create this article card. Here the type is going to be articles user recommendations article. We're going to get the article and the score. So the whole thing is going to be a link. I'm going to display the title, the summary information, because we are this is the whole purpose why we generated the summary, the 200 character one, in order to display a short version of the body. And we are using the same display date component, which uses this pp date format by default. We can also pass a different one, date format. If you only want the date, we can pass that. You can refer to the date fns library for more formats, patterns, formats. And I'm looping through all the badges, that tags, and displaying the badge, and also I'm displaying the score information. Okay, this is the article card. Okay, we have to, instead of this, we also don't want this font sans font home page from the template. Okay, this has to be a client component. Okay, it's loading. We are fetching, we are querying the Pinecone database, and we got it back. Okay, so by default the user does not have any preference right now. So it is having, it starts with 55, 56. Fine. Maybe let's have some space. Okay, so whenever that happens, okay, maybe I should keep the loading or the fetching below. So whenever it loads, it displays that. Okay, also we need a gap here between the current relevance and the score. Okay, now it looks okay. Hello everyone. So we are going to add the reaction panel, but before that we need more articles. I'm going to add one more cooking article, one more sports article, and a few more. So let's go to the reporter dashboard. In the create article page, I'm going to create more articles. Innovative chef introduces revolutionary cooking technique. Okay, let's submit it. Some baseball article about a fictional player. Okay, let's create it. Let's create a couple of science articles. Scientists develop revolutionary self-healing material. Okay, let's create it. Interestingly, both these science articles were written about nano technology. That is fine. So I've added like 6 articles. Let's add one legal one, just for some variety. Lawsuit over disputed parking spot drags on. Okay, so this is a 7th article. Fine, let's wait a few seconds. before we go to our home page and we can fetch all the articles. Okay, I'm going to just click on the home page. Now it's going to fetch and we get back the along with the lawsuit. Now we can see that for some reason this Sterling City Strikes, that's a sports article that's coming in the top with 58, which is not a huge difference. The last one is 53. Okay, all we entered for the user is the string called default user. For some reason there is some difference. It's not completely accurate, sitting at like 50 score for all the articles, but it is roughly the same. They are roughly the same. Now we are going to have a reaction panel with 4 buttons, starting with love, like, dislike and hate, and depending upon that the page will automatically refresh. We will update the concept goes like, we are going to take the vector of the user, vector of the article, and we are going to add a percentage of that article into the vector of the user. Okay, we will do that. Let's go to the AI service. Let's create a method. You're going to create a method called give feedback, which is going to get the UID, article ID, and the feedback type, which is going to get, we're going to get that from the Prisma client. Is going to have 4 values: love, like, dislike and hate, which comes from here. Okay, this enum. First I'm going to query both the UID and the article ID. So this, from this records we can fetch the user record and the article record. So if any one of them is missing, I'm going to throw an error. Let's get the vectors of the article and the user. I'm going to create a scale called adjustment scale, which is going to get the type and it's going to return a number. Let's get that number. I'm going to call that adjustment scale equal to this dot adjustment scales, and to pass the type. So this is going to be a number. Now we got the number. The logic goes like, we get the vector of the user, we get the vector of the article, and we will create a new vector for the user that is going to resemble the article. Okay, basically we are getting the adjustment scale here. It starts with, for the love, we are going to make the UID, the user vector, resemble 30% of the article. Okay, if they like that, we are going to resemble we're going to convert the vector of the UID. We're going to add 50% of the vector of the article into our UID. So it is going to be reversed for the dislike and hate. And that's how we get the new user vector. We are just looping through all the users vector, which is going to be 1024 numbers inside an array. We're going to loop through that. And I'm going to just add the adjustment scale into the article vector. Okay. Fine, that is the new user vector. And I'm going to observe. We need to pass the UID as the ID of the vector. We have to pass the values as the new user vector, and the metadata is going to be, I don't know if I have to pass this user as the metadata. I'm going to remove this because okay, the vector is already going to be a user type. Fine. So that's how we give feedback. Now let's I'm going to create a new route called feedbacks in our tRPC server. I'm going to create feedbacks.ts. Let's create that route. Here I'm going to create a protected route called give my feedback. So we need a input. I'm going to go to the schemas file inside the forms. I'm going to create a schema called schema give feedback, which is going to get the article ID and the feedback ID. We are going to get the user ID from the request. So inside the input, we are going to get that. This is going to be a mutation. So let's get the context input. So we're going to create a feedback. And if the user is giving the feedback for the first time, we have to create it. If the user is already have a feedback for the particular article ID, then we have to update it. So I'm using this upsert here. So first let's give the where condition. You have to give the where condition, create condition, and create that data for the creation and data for update. So this is the where condition. User ID and article ID is going to be unique. You can look at the Prisma schema. UID and article ID are unique. So that's how we get it. Get the where condition. And the create data is going to be, we're going to pass a type, article ID, and the user ID. Finally, while updating, they cannot update anything else other than just the type. Okay, we have to destructure this information. Okay, fine. So we are updating this is for updating with our Postgres data. And after this, I have to actually call the give feedback method from our AI service class. So from the context that AI give feedback, I'm going to pass the article ID, type, and the user. User is going to be context.userid. Fine, I'm going to return the feedback. Okay, that's how we give feedback. Now we need one more procedure to get feedback. So this is going to be, again, we need one more schema. I'm going to the forms schema, and I'm going to create a schema that gets an ID as a number, schema number ID, because this is common for a lot of models. So I create a common schema for fetching unique items, and this can be used for articles or used for feedback and so on. Dot input, I'm going to pass the schema number ID, and this is going to be a query. Let's get the context and the input. I'm going to return the unique. I'm going to get the DB feedback and find the unique. So this is going to be a unique ID, composing both the user ID and the article ID, and we get that article ID from the input and user ID from the request. So we created a new route with two procedures. Feedback routes. Fine. Now let's create our reaction panel here. On clicking, we are going to do the mutation, and by default, it will be listening to the, not listening, but the panel will query my feedback, and on clicking, it will mutate, and also on mutate, we will be revalidating the cache. Now let's create the reaction panel. Okay, inside the organism, I'm going to create that reaction panel component. I'm going to create an interface here. It's going to get the feedback. This is actually the feedback row, article ID, and the class name. So we need one more type called feedback option. This is going to get the feedback item as a type, feedback type as the type, and also we are going to pass the icon, which is coming from the Lucid icon. Here also we need a lookup array. So basically I'm passing all the 4 feedback types and the accompanying icon. This is what we are going to loop through and render these icons. Let's create our component. First, let's do our fetching, because we need to display if the particular what kind of feedback is given. So we are fetching the my feedback data, and I'm going to return. I'm going to loop through and return. So it's going to be a flex box with some gap, and we are going to render 4 buttons. Inside this button, so this is the array. Okay, we're going to have 4 types of buttons along with the feedback types and the icons. And this is how I'm actually passing through a reaction button, looping through and rendering reaction button, and inside that button we'll be doing the mutation on click. Let's create the reaction button. The properties is going to be like, first we are going to get the icon, the feedback type, article ID, and the selected boolean, because we are going to have some styling if the feedback is already selected. That comes from the database URL. We are not locally managing the selected state. Okay, let's get the mutation feedback dot give feedback at mutation, and I'm going to just return a button there. So on click we are going to call this mutate async. Let's modify this to give feedback. Renaming that, I'm just passing the article ID and the type, and the user ID will be taken from the request. Also, based on the selected state, I'm giving some shadow, some border, and so on. Also, once the mutation is successful, we need to invalidate, right? So I'm getting the utils from here. That object will help us on success. That object will help us to re-invalidate. Feedbacks that we have to give 2 things actually. Invalidate the my feedback, which the panel is getting, and also we have to update the score is getting. We are getting the score from the actual user recommendations, and the panel is maintaining its own feedback state. So I have to invalidate both of them. Okay, this is going to be user recommendations. Okay, this is the data we fetch in the home page, and this is the data we fetch inside the panel. So that's what we are doing here. This is the mutation reaction button that has the mutation. So back to the reaction panel, I'm going to import the reaction button. This is the reaction panel, and now we have to add in the home page the article card. So before the score, I'm going to add the reaction panel. That's important. It takes article ID and some class name. Oh, it's not running. Okay, we are fetching the user recommendations, and we get our reaction panel. Now let's try giving the reactions. Before that, let me just quickly make sure I have added everything. So we have this, the home page, we have the article card. In the article card, we have this reaction panel. The reaction panel first fetches the feedback data. That is between the one feedback is going to be between the user and the article, and that is unique. We are fetching that data inside the reaction panel. That means we are doing network calls separately in each and every panel we see here. And then we are looping through. We have some hard-coded data here with the type and icon. We are looping through them. We are rendering the reaction button. So we are actually fetching the reaction, right? It could be this reaction. This my feedback could be null, right? There could be, so right now here we don't have any feedback data for any of these articles. So this could be undefined. So we are basically comparing the reaction type to the article type to make sure if the particular reaction is selected. And we are passing the type, the article ID, and the icon. Inside the reaction button, I'm doing the mutation. On click, I'm just calling the mutation. And inside the mutation, let's quickly go through our AI service method. Give feedback. I'm just fetching the records first. So it's going to be, it resembles kind of like this promise all. We are passing IDs in an array, and we get back records, and from the records, by passing the unique ID, we can get the records, the user record and the article record, by passing the IDs respectively. If the one of them is missing from our vector database, we cannot do the feedback. So I'm throwing an error. Maybe this should be tRPC error. Okay. Code internal server error. Message user or article vector not found. Okay, I'm getting the vector that is array with 1024 values, and I'm getting an adjustment scale. This can be modified, and I'm creating a new vector for the user. Basically, we are moving the user in a two-dimensional graph we just saw. We are moving the user towards the article that or away from the article based on the adjustment scale here, right? If the person hates one article, this will make the user vector move away from that article. Okay, we create a new user vector and we are upserting that. Looks good to me. Let's give it a try. So basically this user, the user 1, I'm going to make this person like cooking articles and dislike sports ones. Okay, so already the cooking is in the last. Okay, this is our cooking, and we have one more, this baking boom. Okay, let's do this first. I'm going to select the innovative chef introduces revolution. I'm going to select the love feedback. So we are upserting it into our database, and wow, something. Okay, it refreshed. So it automatically, I did not do anything. I did not refresh the page. So we got this data. Now the cool thing is, I did not do anything with this article, right? But automatically, the one that is closest to the cooking got to the second place. This is 75. This was actually down below, right? It had 53. Now it is 75. The nearest one, that is about a baking article, that is now 68. And the science one, actually I can see that every article got some improvement, right? Maybe what I'm thinking is the vector was somewhere, and now the user liked one article. Now the user vector moved towards article, right? The user is now a person who likes articles, right? So all these got improved. Let's dislike one of the sports article. Okay, let's dislike this sports sol Jamal. This article, I'm going to hate it. It's loading, it's updating. We are updating the data, and okay, it's updated. Now we still have the one we liked. Also, you can see that it got hit too when I dislike one article. The overall score reduces also, but the article which I disliked is in the last place now. Okay, which has 57. The good thing is, this is a sports article. How cool is that? So I liked one cooking article. It brought the other cooking article along with it to the second place. I hated one sports article. It brought other sports article along with it. Also, these articles I did not do anything with them, and they are okay. I'm going to love one of the science article. Let's see. Okay, now automatically the article which the user liked the latest gets the most priority due to our calculation. So automatically the science article which I loved went to the first place, the science article the third place, the cooking article in the fourth place, which I did not do. The last suit is in the middle, and we have our sports articles in the end. So that is the recommendation system. We have actually two parts in our recommendation system. One is user recommendation. The second one we are going to do is, we're going to create this article page, and in the article page also, below the article page, we are going to have a section called more like this. We're going to use the exact same methods that queried the relevant articles for the user, right? We are going to pass the article ID instead, and that thing simply works. Okay, let's create the article page. So in this section, we're going to create this article page. We're also going to have the reaction panel under the article, and then we will be having a more like this section where we will fetch the articles that are related to this current article, this page. We will also display a score based on how relevant that article is to this article. First, we need to create a procedure to fetch one article. So we already created this schema number ID to fetch the feedback, right? So yeah, it was to fetch the feedback. We are doing that same. I'm using the article find unique, I'm passing the ID from the input. I'm including the reporter and the user. That is to actually display the reporter information along with the name, image, and so on. Let's create a dynamic page inside the app. I'm going to create the article slash, I'm going to call this ID and then page.tsx. From inside the page, I'm going to export the image page. So we're going to expect the ID in the params. So that is going to be a dynamic, right? So article slash 6. So we're going to fetch the 6 in the ID. So I'm going to save this article ID from the param.id, and I'm going to pass. I'm going to create an article page component in the template that will get the article ID as a property. Now let's go and create this article page component in the template. So we're having a property so is going to have article ID, which is a number. Now we already created this find one inside the articles router. We have this find one procedure. Let's fetch that data using the tRPC client. We also have to mark this component use client. It's a client component. If it's loading, I'm returning the loading component, which is going to have some space, having a loader in the center. If the article is not found, I'm going to just return an alert box with article not found message. If not, we're going to return a div. So as is an article, I want the width to be smaller. I'm going to have the max width of large with margin X in the both sides. I'm going to have a margin bottom and margin top. Let's have the header there, and I'm going to have the date displayed under the header. That is going to come from the display date component. I'm going to create a simple author information. Maybe we can extract this into a separate component. This is going to be a flexbox. We're going to have a rounded image in the left, and then written by the author name in the right side. Importing the image, article page. Okay, fine. Let's then add the body. So for the body, I'm having the text large. Also, I'm having this white space prewrap that will preserve the new lines. So while we created the body, the article, I told you that we are not using any rich text editor, but we have new lines between the paragraphs. So using this will preserve those new lines. Let's have a look at the article now. Something looks off. Okay, So this should come out of this flux box. The body now looks okay. The reporter, the image of the reporter, the name of the reporter is reporter itself. It may look odd. And we have I like the font. This is this merry weather font. We also have a nice large text here, and you can also see that white space pre-wrap preserves the new line. That is the article page. Now let's work on the more like this section. For that we have to go back to the routers. Yeah, so in the article routers we already have this user recommendations where we are passing the user ID to get the related information, right? And then I'm looping through that, fetching the articles, doing something and returning it. We are going to do exactly the same thing. The problem is this function automatically takes the user ID and calls it, but this in this more like this we have to actually pass the ID, article ID ourselves. So I'm going to extract it out. So inside this routers I'm going to have this shared articles.ts. Here I'm going to create a function that is going to take the DB AI service and the ID. So this is going to be the one that's going to represent the user ID when the user fetches the home information, and the article ID when we fetch the related articles in the more like this section. Okay, now let's start extracting this into our shared function. Okay, I don't want the context there. The ID is going to be ID. So I'm fetching all the user IDs. Let's fetch all the articles using the article ID, getting the type from the articles, and I'm going to return this. Now instead of doing all this, let's just call the shared function return. Also, it's always good to pass an object instead of having a lot of arguments. This is one argument with 3 properties. That's user recommendation. I'm going to just copy paste this to create more like this. Maybe we can call like article recommendation, but yeah, more like this. And this time we need to get the input that's going to be schema number ID, and inside the input I'm going to get the ID, and that's what we're going to pass inside the fetch and score related articles. What's wrong with this ID? Okay, id.to string. Fine, now we have this more like this procedure. Let's build a more like this component. So instead of organism I'm going to create more like this .tsx. This is going to get the base component, which is just the class name and children, and I'm just adding the ID as a property, and then I'm going to call the more like this. Let's clean up using the tRPC client and calling this more like this procedure and passing the ID. Now we get a list of articles with score. and this score is different. This is going to be how relevant the article is with the target article that is in the page. Fine. Now we have to create another card component. First, let's have a title more like this. After that, I'm just looping through all the data we got, and I'm also going to create a simple component called article component more like this. The namings are terrible, but yeah, so it gets the related article. It's going to just render the relevancy percentage, the title, the summary, date, batch. It's just a different style article card. We're getting the article here. I'm getting the type from the articles more like this on the first item. Getting the article and the score. I'm first rendering the displaying the percentage. So it's in decimal point, and I'm converting that. I'm rounding that. Okay. Displaying the title with some styles, displaying the summary, displaying the date as usual, and I'm looping through the article tags and rendering that. Fine. Now we have to use the more like this in the article page. After the body, I'm going to paste it. I'm just passing the article ID, and then all the fetching and everything happens inside it. Now look at this. We are inside the science article, and it is displaying the science related article with a match of 79%. The second one, for some reason, it okay, maybe it the innovative, the word groundbreaking development. So it identified it closer to science. Maybe cooking is science, and then it is followed by the baking, and we have the sports one here, and we have the legal one in between, and the sports one in the end. Now we can actually click one of these and see what do we get for that article. I'm opening another science article. Now we are obviously getting the another science article in the top. Again, this innovative chef somehow gets closer to the science articles. Now let's look at the lawsuit. We only have one lawsuit article out of the 7. So this is the lawsuit article. We don't have any law related articles, right? So it also here the lawsuit is closer to this local high school football. So automatically we can almost imagine a graph like situation. They are like friends, and obviously when I'm displaying that Sterling. Okay, now let's open cooking, the baking one. Now I'm expecting that innovative chef, that article to be in the top. Okay, this is cooking related, and then it moves on to science. Always cooking and science go closer. Okay, now let's this is sufficient, but I'm going to add the reaction panel also in the article page. So this is why I actually manage the here actually on mutation in the reaction button. We are having two types of queries, right? One, we are fetching all the user recommendation. The score comes with a user recommendation, and the feedback is managed separately. That is because we can have the reaction panel in different places. Okay, so I'm going to dislike one more sports article from here. Okay, fine. Now if we go to the home page, you will see that. So the local, this is the latest hated article, and it is in the end. Somehow both have 45 relevancy points, but this has to be lower than that. Fine. So yep, that's how we display the more like this section. Okay, in this section we are going to create the user dashboard, not the dashboard but the user page. We're going to set up Stripe payment. We're going to have a form where the user can specify how many credits they want, and we will go to the Stripe page. We'll come back, we will update the payment, the credit balance of the user, and we will update the transactions. We're going to render the credit balance credits and also the transaction list of transactions. Let's start with creating the user page. In the app directory, I'm going to create user slash layout.tsx. This is going to be very similar to this layout, the reporter or even the admin. But this time we don't have anything to check actually. We don't want to say check. Maybe we have to check the, okay. So it's just a layout file. We are going to replace this with the user menu. Okay, I'm going to create a user menu.tsx. This is going to have the slash user, which is the dashboard itself, and the credit page. Fine. So that is the user layout file. Now it should open. Oh, I have to have a page user. Okay. Now we are seeing it has to be the user. Now we are seeing the sidebar. We don't have a credits page yet. So in the users, inside the user directory, I'm going to create a credits slash page.tsx. There I'm going to just return the credit balance, a template file, template component. Let's create that. Okay, inside the templates, I'm going to create this credit balance.tsx. We don't want to focus on the list transactions now. Let's just focus on the show credit balance. So this component is going to show the balance, and also it's going to have a button. On clicking that, a dialog is going to open, and we are going to add credits using that dialog. Okay, so before writing this this show credit balance, we have to create a new route called credit balance routes. Here I'm going to create a credit balance.ts. I'm going to create the credit balance routes. Here I'm going to create the my credit balance. That is going to just look for the credit balance table, and it will fetch that ID with the row with the username, user ID. Okay, also you can see that the user ID is mentioned as unique, so one user cannot have multiple credit balance. So that is the procedure, that is a route. Let's add that. Credit balance is credit balance routes. Fine. Now let's create the show credit balance in the organisms directory. I'm going to create the show credit balance.tsx. We don't have much, we don't have any props here. This component fetches its own data, which is the credit balance.my credit balance. We don't have to pass any input for this query also. I'm going to make this like a card component with the background white with some padding, rounded border, some shadow, flex column, and justify center. Let's have a muted title here called credit balance, and I'm going to render the balance. That is going to be huge. Text 5XL along with text primary color, and I'm going to keep the precision, the decimal points to 2 places. Okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, now we should see the credit. Okay, yeah, the credit is 0. You may think it's huge, but because I'm zoomed in. Okay, this looks fine. I'm going to add a button here called add funds. Let's add that. Before doing that, we have to, whenever we start with the mutation, we have to start with a form schema. Add credits form schema is really simple. Every form schema is going to be similar. We are going to have a schema like this. We're going to infer the type from the schema, and we are going to export the form management hook. So this is the add credits form management schema along with type and the form management hook. It just has one schema. It gets a credits count. It is a number, and at least it has to have one quantity. It cannot be less than that. It cannot be 0. It cannot be in a negative number. I'm inferring the type, and I'm exporting that. I'm passing some default values, right? Encouraging people to at least add 20 credits. Now let's create here we're going to create a component. Okay, so inside the organism, I'm going to create a component called add credits.tsx. Again, this won't take any props. I'm going to use the form management hook, destructure the use handle submit register error messages and reset. I'm going to use a dialog, use states for dialog, and we don't have the dialog installed yet. So shared cn dialog, let's do that. So as usual, I'm going to manually install it. I think we already have this. It's React dialog. Yeah, so Radix React dialog, we already have it. I'm not going to install it again, but copy this. I'm going inside the atoms, create a new file dialog.tsx, paste it. And it is expecting me to use one more library. That's an icon library. I'm going to use the Lucid React. I'm going to update that cross to icon into the X from the Lucid React. Let's also re-import the CN. The dialog is ready, but still, this is composable. This has a lot of ingredients. I'm not going to keep doing it in every component which I want a dialog. So I'm going to create a simple dialog. Inside the molecule, I'm going to create a simple dialog. Okay. So the simple dialog is going to take children, title string, description string, and the open and set open. And I'm going to pass the open and set open in the dialog itself. I'm going to have the header, the title and the description into the title, dialog description. And that's it. Children inside the content. This is an opinionated way to use the dialog component. Back to the add credits. This we're going to first have a button, and that button is going to open the dialog. Okay, we already store the manage this states for opening and closing the dialog. On clicking, I'm setting this to true. The button is going to say buy more credits. Let's just have an empty dialog and see hello and see this. Now we have the add credits component. We have to place that here in the show credit balance. Under the balance, I'm going to have this. So even though this has this dialog component, only this button will be visible. Use state, okay. This has to be a client component. Okay, so we are seeing the credit balance component and we are seeing the button there, buy more credits. On clicking it, I'm seeing this add credits dialog. So only the right now only children is the hello string. We also have this, we modify this X button, remember, from some React icons to Lucid React, and it works. We can close that. You can even click somewhere else too. We need not do anything. It is coming from Radix dialog. Okay, now let's work on the forms. So inside the dialog, I'm going to have a form, and this form is going to have only one property, one form element called credits. Okay, I'm having some placeholder. The type is going to be number, and I'm also have to do this value as number, or else it's going to yeah. So whenever you use number with React hook form, register and number type in the form element, you have to specify value as number. Okay, I'm also passing the error there. Let's create a button and let's visit the form. Now when clicking it, we are seeing this. If it's 0, if I click it, oh, I have to set the on submit, pass the handle submit from the use form. This will give us the data. I'm going to just console log it. Fine. Open it, -1. We can also use keyboards because the type of the input element is number. When I click it, we are going to get this error message. Number must be greater than or equal to 1. Fine. Now let's select 20 and let's have the console log. Okay, we are getting the submitted data. Now I'm going to create one more route for Stripe. It is going to get the user ID from the request and this credits count, and it's going to initialize a payment. Okay, let's create that. Here we are going to create a new route. I'm going to call this Stripe. We need a schema here. Let's create that inside the forms. The schema payment needs the user ID. We also have to export it. User ID and the credits count. But we already have a schema, which is this. Okay, also I don't want to add this minimum to here, right? So I'm going to keep the schema as a source of truth, and I'm going to expand that. This is going to be schema payment, but without the user ID. Okay, that will work. And we have the schema. Let's create the route for the Stripe. The first route, we are going to have two routes. One is for creating the session. It is going to get, okay, so this is going to get that schema add credits, right? With only the credit balance, I mean the credits count. This is going to be a mutation. I'm going to get the credit balance from the input and the user ID from the context. Now we have to install the Stripe dependencies. I'm going to install Stripe and at stripe/stripe -js. Now I'm going to use that. We have to initialize Stripe actually. So in the src, I'm going to create payment/stripe.ts. There I'm going to initialize Stripe. I'm going to import Stripe from Stripe. I'm initializing it. I'm passing the Stripe secret key, which I have to add in the environment variable. The API version is going to be 2023-1016. We need the Stripe keys for this. So log into your Stripe account or inside your project, go to the API keys and copy the publishable key and the secret key. Now create the environment variable, these environment variables. Paste the publishable key here, secret key here, and also we need the Stripe success URL. And on canceling, I'm just going to redirect to the home page. But on success, we need to actually get the session ID as well. You just have to save this in your environment variable, and Stripe will pass this checkout session ID. I have updated in my environment variable. Now we also have this Stripe instance created. Now I'm going to use that to create the session. Stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. Here I'm going to add the payment type as card, and let's add the line items. So typically when you have a lot of products in your cart and you are checking them out in one go, these line items will be really helpful. You can pass images, product names, etc. So I'm passing the name as credits, currency, let's use USD. Okay, and the unit amount is going to be credits in 200. And after the line items, I'm going to add the payment mode as payment. I'm going to add the URLs here, and finally the metadata. And once the session is created, I'm going to return the session ID. Okay, now let's add this to the route. Stripe routes. Fine. Now inside the add credits, let's use the mutation we created. This is a client component. I'm using the tRPC client. Stripe dot create session dot use mutation. That will give us the create Stripe session mutation function. And on submit, here I'm just consoling log. Here I'm going to call this mutation function. Let's get the publishable key from the environment variable. Let's load Stripe. So for that, we install one more package called stripe/stripe.js. Let's load the Stripe, and we need to pass a publishable key for that. And then I'm going to redirect to checkout. That's it. So once we start to redirect, we will actually be landing on our success page when the payment is successful. So I'm also resetting the form. Okay, so let's test this out. Buy more credits, 20 is the default one. Let's add some. So we are going to the Stripe payment page, and we are seeing the product name here and the product currency along with the amount. When I go back, cancel, okay, it's still cancel. Okay, my environment variables was wrong. Okay, when I cancel, maybe I have to refresh it. Credits, buy more, 20, going to the payment page, cancel. Now we go to the home page. Okay, the cancel is working. Now we have to implement the success page. Okay, inside the app router, I'm going to create a success slash page.tsx. I'm having this type for the search parameters, and then I'm going to get the session ID from the search parameters. If there is no session ID, I'm going to just render session ID is missing, maybe inside this alert box. Now we need the next mutation. So basically we created a stripe mutation here that created the session. We went to the page, stripe page, payment page, and the cancel was working. Now when the payment is successful, we won't actually mutate, we won't actually check out. Now let's do that. After the create session, I'm going to add one more procedure called checkout. This is going to get the session ID. So I'm going to have a schema inside the input. This is going to be a mutation. I'm going to retrieve the session using the session ID. And just for making the type scripts happy, I'm using the safe parse. So once this parsed credit is success, we can safely access the data inside the parsed data, and that data is going to match the schema which we used to safely parse. Maybe let's throw the error first. If the parsing was not successful, I'm going to throw in tRPC error saying payload missing, unprocessable content. That's out of the way. Now we can extract, destructure the credit count, user information. Now we can happily upsert this information. Now actually the payment is successful. We went to the success page, and we are going to actually call this checkout from the success page. So we are getting the payload, and we are doing our Prisma upsert. I'm going to just return the upsert. The where is going to be user ID, because user ID is unique in the current balance. And then we have for creating, I'm passing the user ID balance as credit count, and also I'm going to add a transaction. For updating, it's going to be similar. We don't want to pass the user ID, but everything else is same for upsetting. Maybe we can extract this into a separate object out above, and we can add that, but I'm okay with this right now. This is after the payment is successful, and we're retrieving the session information. We are retrieving the metadata, which has the credit count and user ID. Using that, we are basically updating the credit balance, and also we are creating the transaction entries. Now let's go back to this success page. So after checking these things, I'm going to call the mutation. This is going to be a server component. I'm calling the stripe/checkout, passing the session ID. Once it is successful, if the ticket is there, I'm going to just redirect. That is going to come from next navigation. I'm going to just redirect to the user/credits, and there we will actually refetch the credits balance information. So that is the success page. Now it should actually work. I'm going to start from here. Let's have some unique number. Okay. The address seems long actually. Okay. Payment is processing. Now it will go to the success page. Wow. Okay, so I'm going to give the USA address. I don't know, dummy data. The payment is processing. We have to be redirected to the success page. Okay. Now, okay, so this error. You just have to restart the server. This won't happen in the. Now we have 67 credits. Okay, I just restarted it. Now let's go through that payment flow one more time. Let's add some more credits, 20. So when it comes back, the total credits would be 87. I have to read. Okay. Processing. We are going to quickly go to the success page with the session ID. The success page will do the mutation. Okay. And then we come back to the credit balance along with the updated one. Now we have one thing remaining. We have to list the transactions. So in the credit balance route, we have one procedure here called my credit balance. I'm going to add my credit transactions. So basically, we don't get any input here. We just use a find all in the find many in the transaction table. We filter the user ID based on the user ID in the context, and I'm also sorting that with the latest one in the top. Now let's create an organism called list transactions.tsx, and I'm going to use the mutation here. My credit transactions is credit balance dot my credit transactions. Let's just use that. Okay, we need a table component, and that is not yet, we did not install that yet. Table chat cn. Okay, so we don't have anything to install, but just I'm going to add a table component in the atoms. Okay, let's see, re-import the cn. Okay, now back to the list transaction. I'm going to add the table component from the atoms. I'm going to add a table caption. Let's add the table headers with the table rows, with one table row with all the table head. Okay, the first one is going to be ID. We have the date, nodes, input tokens, output tokens, because we are going to actually keep track of them when in the upcoming sections. When the user uses the tokens, we can precisely track them and we will update them in this table. Date, nodes, input tokens, output tokens, and amount. Now in the table body, I'm going to just loop through the my credit transactions. I'm going to loop through, and we're going to render the data with some formatting. So here we already have this display date, but I wanted to display like in this format, having the date above and having the time below. So I'm using the format from the date FNS. Also, this one is I actually plan to have double quotation for the reporter on for the editor name, so that we will see in the next sections editor name and the article name. So let's quickly have that. maybe we'll come back to this. Okay, it's notes. And the last one, amount, and based on the amount, if the amount is greater than 0, it's going to be text is going to be green. If it's less, the text will be red. This is list transactions. Now let's go to the credit balance template. Under the show credit balance, I'm going to just enter this list transactions. User credits. Okay, that is the list credits. Still looks okay. I'm going to actually use another sans font sans class name. Okay, so we are using Poppins now for the table. It looks decent to me, better than the using some serif font. Fine. That's all about adding the credits. We have also included the stripe. Okay, and here we are. In the upcoming sections, we will be updating the editors, and then finally in the article pages you can rewrite using those editors. Okay, in this section I'm going to create the editors page, also create editors page. The editors are somebody that the users can create. We're going to configure the style of their writing, the language of the editor, and so on. And in the article page, the users can actually select an editor to rewrite that article. So we are going to create, update, delete. Basically, we're going to do the CRUD operations with the editors. So I just wanted to show you what the model looks like. We have a bunch of enums here. The language, we are going to have this many languages. The style is going to be sensationalist, cheerleader type, hype, poetic, descriptive, and so on. Verbosity and word complexity starts with being smallest to the biggest, elementary to the sophisticated. Now let's create the pages. Inside the app directory, inside the user, I'm going to create editors. I'm going to create editors/page.tsx. This page is going to list all editors. Okay, let's also create the new one there, new/page.tsx. This page we are going to create new editor. Let's modify the user menu. I'm going to have editors, create editor, new, and also I'm going to have some padding left for. So basically the user menu will have these menu items. I'm clicking this. So this is user/editors. That is going to list all editors, and the create editor, we are going to have the form here. First, let's work on the create editor. So whenever we are dealing with a mutation, we have to start with a form schema. Inside the forms, I'm going to create a file called create editor.tsx, because we are going to have the hooks there. Let's import the zard. I'm going to have the name. It's going to have at least one minimum character. And for style is a enum, right? It's going to be z.native enum, and I'm going to get the enums and pass the style inside it. So this is coming from the Prisma client. Similarly, we have several other, style, language, verbosity, and word complexity. All these are enums. We will use drop down for selecting this in the form. Okay. Other than that, we are going to save the image. In this project, we are going to use Cloudinary. Instead of directly saving the URL there, we are going to actually save the public ID. When we are going to also use some simple components from the next Cloudinary, we are going to get back the public ID of the image, and that's what we're going to use to render the images. So this is not a URL, but just an ID that Cloudinary can understand. I'm also going to have the additional notes. I think, yep, we have additional notes in the table also. So we added name, public ID, 4 types of enums, additional notes. That's it. That is the schema. Let's infer the type, and I'm going to create the hook. So we are just basically returning the use form hook, and we are passing the resolver. The resolver can be produced by using the hook form resolver slash zord resolver from the hook form resolver slash zord. When we pass a schema inside this resolver, we get the zord resolver. That's it. Now let's focus on creating the form, the create editor form. Inside the organism, I'm going to create editor.tsx. Here I'm going to first use the form management hook, the hook we just created. We have not actually created the mutation. We will go back and we will create an editor's route with the create, update, delete procedures. This is going to be a form, and the first one is going to be, we're going to register the name of the editor. And for the enums, I'm going to, let's do this style one. I'm going to use the HTML select. I think we have that here. The HTML select is just yes, the default the select element with some opinionated styles. And then I'm going to just loop through the items. You can get the enum slash style dot map, and then we get the type. Now I'm going to just render the option. Okay, now let's quickly have a look how this map looks. In the new editor's new, I'm going to use this component. Let's refresh. Okay, maybe I have to mark this a client component with use client. Now this works. So we have the name there, we have the drop down listing all the enum values. Let's clean up this. Let's do some string manipulation. I'm going to first split the string with the underscore, and I'm going to join them back with the space. Okay, let's do the same for the other enums. We are going to have the language, fine, verbosity, and the word complexity. Finally, we have the additional nodes. I'm going to use the text area there. So this is going to be that. And then we are going to have the image here. So I'm going to partition this form to have the half of the page to have the image upload component. Now let's work on that. We have to actually install the next Cloudinary. So I'm going to install the next -Cloudinary. Let's create a couple of components. First, I'm going to create the cloudinary image component inside the molecules. Basically, I'm getting the CLD image component that will get this public ID as a source. But but the image is not mandatory, right? So if the image is not there, I'm going to display our basic Next.js image component with the static image from the public directory. Okay, I'm going to copy the default image. This is sufficient. I'm going to modify this editor into the user. I guess that is a PNG, right? JPG. Okay, JPG. This is a component we are just exporting the cloud image, CLD image from the cloudinary, passing the width, height, class name, public ID as a source. But in case the public ID is not there, I'm just exporting the image component with the default static image. That's one component. Next, let's create the upload image. Again, Nextcloud gives a button called CLD upload button. Okay, CLD upload button and CLD image. If this component works like if the public ID is already there, we are getting the set value on the image public ID. If the public ID is already set, we're going to just display the image. If not, we're going to display the upload button. And on success, we are just storing the public ID to the value. So these are the components required. I'm going to go back to the create editor and have the upload image component there. This image public ID can be, we can get that from the watch. Fine. Okay, a cloud name is required. Okay, we have to configure cloudinary, obviously. Okay, I have stored the cloud name in the cloudinary. Next public cloudinary cloud name, that is the environment variable name. Now it is the upload button is showing up. Now we can browse images using the camera, web address, etc. from local files. Now before that, let's style this form. I was telling that I'm going to partition this, have this half of that to actually upload the image. I'm grouping everything, and in the form I'm going to add grid calls to with some gap. Okay, I'm grouping everything else. The button is left alone in the side. Now let's also add the submit button in the end, and we will be ready with our component, the form. After that, we should go back to actually fine. Okay, let's continue with the mutation. In the routers, I'm going to create a router called editors, and inside that I'm going to create the create procedure. Again, this is going to be a protected procedure. Anybody who is logged in can access this. Let's pass the schema create editor dot mutation. Get the context input, return the context dot db dot editor dot create. I'm going to create. You're going to pass all the input values, and also the user ID is going to come from the context. Okay, that is the mutation. Go back to the app router, and I'm going to add the editor routes. Now go to the create editor. I'm going to use the mutation there. Using the tRPC client editors create use mutation. And in the form, the on submit, I'm going to use the handle submit from the use form hook. That is going to give us the data, and inside that I'm going to call this create editor. Fine. Let's also set up the toast when the mutation is successful. I'm going to have the on success. I'm going to give a toast there. I'm going to reset the form. The reset is coming from the use form hook. Fine. I'm going to push the router. So here we are inside the user/editor/new. We need to go to replace. We need to go to the /users/editors. Okay, that's what we're going to do. That's where we're going to go. And also we have to refresh the data in the user/editors page. So I'm going to get the revalidate path from the actions. Okay, we are just re-exporting the revalidate path from a server function. That's it. And on error, we are going to just throw an error. Show the toast message, and we will be just happy with it. Okay, that is the form. Why is it loading? Okay, let's create some editors, and then we will go back to this page, and we will implement the list all editors page. Okay, let's create some reporters or some editors. Okay, first let's create a sensible person who is going to be really academic and analytical. I'm going to leave the language as English. The verbosity is going to be moderate, and it's going to be intermediate. Word complexity, I'm going to leave the additional notes free. I'm going to let these configurations manage to bring a good rewrite of a news article. This is optional. Okay, let's upload the image. So this is that serious looking analytical guy. Once the upload is done, automatically it will be rendered here. So I think everything is there. Create editor. When I submit, I'm calling the create editor mutation. Fine. Let's submit. Okay, so automatically we have our editor created. So this is the editor. We have one editor, the Wilhelm, the Weiss. Okay, that's German. Okay, so let's create one more thing, and I'm going to create a bunch of editors. Let's have 2 editors, and then we will go work on listing the editors. Second one, I'm going to create a satirical humor editor. So it's going to be a succinct. Word complexity elementary is fine. For this, I'm going to have this Joker looking person. Okay, let's create it. So we have 2 editors. Now let's go back here. Let's work on the list editors. In the editors route, now we have to create one more thing called my editors. This is going to render. This is going to get all the editors that particular user created. Now that's a query. Let's create the component inside the organisms. I'm going to create a list editor, list editors.tsx. This component gets the base component, which is just class name and children. I'm going to use a tRPC client. This is a client component to fetch the my editors query. Okay, and I'm just going to return. I'm going to loop through the data, the my editors data, and I'm going to render an editor card. The editor card is going to have the image of the editor, and then the title, the name, and then we will be having the update editor and delete editor. Those are going to be dialogues. Let's create that editor card.tsx. So this gets this router inputs editors, my editors, one item in this array, and I'm using the cloudinary image, which is going to manage. If the public ID is not there, it's going to render the default image from the static public folder, or else it's going to use a CLD image from the next cloudinary to render the image using the public ID. And I'm having the title here, having two dialogues. Let's take that out for now. Let's remove the editor info for now. Let's see. Okay, we have a simple card component here. We just display the name, editor name, and the user who created the editor. Also, we are just displaying the image. Okay, we don't need the user ID here. I'm going to delete this. Let's use the editor card. Fine. Now the user page, we have to create the editors page. Already we have that here. Instead of here, I'm going to just use the list editors components. Now go back here. That's it. Now let's work on the editor info. I'm going to have like a simple meter. Just basically we are going to let the users know about these editors. Actually, I think we have to have the background a bit darker. Okay, let's try this. BG gray 200. User layout. Okay, in the user layout I'm having the BG white there. Now it looks a bit, now the cards are actually projecting towards me. I may also, I think okay, fine. So now the okay, so I'm not going to do anything with this now. I'm going to change everything back to the previous state. Let's just move on with this. I'm going to work on showing the statistics information about one editor. That's what we're going to do with the editor info component. I'm not going to create that from scratch. So basically we're getting the editor data. We pick the style, word complexity, verbosity, and language. And I'm just displaying, we have to create this title value, which is a simple utility component. A simple component which just displays title and value. Okay, it's just, it gets the title, class name, children. The children is going to be the value. We're going to have some styles for the title. In this case, it is going to be a bit muted. Let's import that here. Okay, it's already imported. The level editor is going to take like a low total number, and total number could be 5, and the number values could be 2. So it's going to create like 5 dashes with 2 filled. I'm going to copy the level editor, level indicator. It's going to get the total number, level number, and we are going to loop through. We are going to create an array of based on the count. I'm going to loop through it, and based on the current level, If the level is less than or equal to the level, I'm going to give another, the shade, the black shade. Okay, now our editor info should be good. Let's use that in our editor card. So after the title, I'm going to use this. We also have to pass the properties, editor. Okay, TypeScript is happy with that. Something went wrong. Okay. I need to use some grid actually. Okay. Let's use a grid. It's going to be 2 columns. So this looks a bit okay. There is also some editor info. Wow. Yep. So that is the component. Now let's work on the, let's quickly move forward. Okay. Let's work on the update and delete. Update editor and delete editor. Again, I'm going to just copy paste it and we will go through that. Okay. So we are going to create one more, the same create editor. I'm going to create one more hook, but this time it's going to get some default values. Okay. So it is the default values is going to come from the React hook form. So it's basically the same one. We are using the same resolver here, same schema, but I'm just getting the this has no properties, right? No arguments, but this hook gets default values, and this is what we are using here. And other than that, we are using the button input label, HTML select. We are getting the Prisma client, text area, everything, and an icon. So I'm destructuring the handle submit register, errors, reset from the use form hook, getting the toast, and also I'm managing the dialog here. Also, we need to create this update mutation. Let's do that. Okay. So we're going to get the same schema create editor that we get for creating the editor. Okay, probably we should make everything partial. There was something called deep partial, but they have deprecated it. But for this example, for this demo project, I'm going to just go with this. Okay, because our update is going to automatically populate the data of the editor, and the user can optionally select choose to update a few properties, and they have to submit the whole form. They also have to pass the ID of the editor, and here I'm just using editor.update. I'm passing the data and I'm passing the user ID. Okay, 1 minute. Actually, we have to check if the editor belongs to the user. So let's first get the editor, find unique. I'm going to use the user ID as from the context.user ID. Fine. Okay. ID. Okay. Yeah. Is there a composite ID? Okay. Yeah, I'm just passing the user ID and the ID. And it has to be there. If the ID, the editor not exists, I'm going to throw an error. Bad request. Okay. Editor not found. If not, I'm going to proceed with updating the editor. And that is the update mutation. Coming back to the editor, update editor. So once it is successful, I have to invalidate the whole my editors page. So when we update it, it will be, the whole thing will be refetched. And I'm going to just put them inside the on success callback. The name can be received from the, okay, fine. On editor, on error, similarly, on error, I'm just using the toast here. Okay, fine. So this is just a button, and on clicking that I'm opening the dialog, and automatically, since we are passing this editor information as the default value, when we open the dialog, the form will automatically be filled with editor information. And we get this label. I don't have to do anything here. We are actually updating this form data, and the form will update the UI elements with the data. I'm not passing hard coding the data of the editor here. This is exactly similar to the create editor page, editor form. I don't have any difference there. Maybe we can do something to reuse one form in two places, but I'm going to just go with this. This is update editor. The thing we have to notice is we are using the same schema, almost same use form hook, but we are getting the default values in the form, in the update use form. Now let's create the delete editor. This is a bit simpler. We are going to just have the same format with a button and a simple dialog. There inside that simple dialog we are going to have a button. Okay, so again we are getting the editor information, and we have to getting the utils to invalidate the my editors. We have to write the delete mutation. I'm again having the toast. Okay, let's first test the update editor dialog, and then we will come back and implement the delete editor dialog. Fine. So after the title, so the title is inside the justify between, right? The title is going to go to the left, and then our buttons, the update editor and then delete editor. The update editor is just having a pen icon inside the button. For the delete, we'll use some trash icon. Let's just test the update feature. Okay, let's edit this. Maybe let's make the verbosity moderate. I'm going to click it. The verbosity is now moderate. Okay, let's do it one more time. Let's change the initials. Okay, let's just update two things. Okay, the text updated. I'm a bit confused here. Okay, wait a minute. There's something wrong. There's something wrong here. Okay. Oh, fine. The problem is when I refresh. Okay, the default values are not being okay. When I modify something, okay. Now I'm changing these initials. It gets updated here, but the default values is not being updated. We are passing the editor here, right? So editor gets passed here, and then it gets fed as the default value. Now I am opening the problem is the data inside the form is not changing. Okay, I did a mistake that I'm resetting the form on success, but I'm actually using the data from here. So for some reason it's not being maybe I have to take the data from here, the data I get in the on success callback, and I'm going to use that in the post as well as in the reset. I'm going to delete that data I get back after the mutation. Now let's try it once again. Okay, let's refresh it. I'm going to change the name, moderate, back to the satirical humor. Word complexity is going to be intermediate. Okay, I have all this information. Let's see. So everything is updated. Now when I click this, inside the update dialog we should see the exact information. Okay, satirical humor, intermediate. Fine. So that is update editor. Let's continue now with the delete editor, which is going to be similar. we are just having okay, I have to create this mutation, and inside that it's similar. I'm invalidating the my editor's page, and on error, oh, delete editor, oh, my editors, one item, fine. Now let's just go to create that delete mutation. So we're getting the ID and we're deleting it. Maybe I should also check that here, input.id, fine, okay, fine. I have updated the mutation. Now let's just try this thing. So I'm just creating the mutation here. This is exactly similar to the update dialog, but we don't have to deal with any data. It's just a button inside the dialog, and on clicking I'm just passing the editor ID. Okay, this button is going to have a different variant. So this is the delete editor component. Let's import that. Probably we can just get the ID here. I don't know if I'm using it anywhere. Okay, I'm not using, okay, I'm in the button, I'm actually having that name, so not a big deal. Whoops. Okay, let's create a dummy editor and we can delete that. Okay, I'm just going to give this sensationalist. I'm not going to have any button there, any image there, to check if it displays the default image. Okay, yep, that is a default image, fine. Now let's try to delete this. Okay, so we can update if you want, and also in the update dialog I forgot to add the image upload. Okay, let's just delete it. It's going to display this delete editor Karthik Raghavendran, and clicking it, it's going to disappear. Okay, and that is editor management. We created the editors. We are updating them, we are listing them, we are deleting them. Also, we faced a simple problem while updating the editors, and we fixed it. Okay, I'm going to fast forward. I'm going to create a few editors. Okay, I created a list here. Breaking news. Okay, sensationalist, English, succinct, yeah, intermediate. I'm going to pick the image. Who is that? Okay, this is the breaking news editor, and I have a movie trailer voiceover guy. I'm just going to use the style name for the moderate, intermediate. Okay, this is the person. Let's create a conspiracy theorist. English. I'm making everything English because that's easier to read. Elementary. This is the conspiracy theorist editor. Shakespearean dramatic. Sophisticated. Rally cry rhetoric. He's that yep, rally cry, us versus them mentality. The editor with that mentality. I'm going to create a haiku. Succinct, elementary, fine. This is the image for the haiku editor. Celebrity gossip. Okay, this is celebrity gossip. Okay, I'm going to create one more thing in Tamil. satirical humor, Tamil, satirical humor, Tamil, succinct, elementary. I don't have a picture for that. Okay, I went ahead and created this picture that has 3 rows of teeth. Okay, now we have 10 editors. In the next section we will be implementing okay, yeah, see in the next section. That's all about the creation and management of editors. You'll see in the I'll see in the next section. Okay, in this section we are going to create a new editors page where everybody can actually this one. Okay, we don't have that page yet. In that page we can see all editors and we can favorite them. Yep. Okay, so I have like 2 users open here. This is the user I used to create all these editors. Maybe I should have kept something for this person. Let's do it. I'm going to delete one from here, and first of all, we don't have a no editors message here. It's just blind. It felt like it did not load. In the list editors page, I'm going to just look if the length is equal to 0. I'm going to return an alert box with no editors found. Okay, and that's better. Now I'm going to delete this person. I'm going to add editor here. Satirical humor, language is Tamil, succinct, elementary. I'll be using the same image. Fine. Now this person has 1 editor. This person has like 9 editors. Now we're going to create a editors page where they will render, where we will list all existing editors, and this person is going to favorite some of them. Now let's create the page, editors page, right in the app directory. Now we need to write that query, the find all query, inside the editors. The find all will fetch all editors. So I got that. Now I'm going to just loop through the editor information. I'm going to use the editor card from the previous section. Actually, if the editor belongs to the user who is viewing the list, viewing the editor card, then we should actually display the update and delete buttons. If you are viewing some other user's editor, we have to display the okay. I'm going to have a boolean here called is boolean is owner. It could be, it's optional. It's false by default. So we are going to render this part only if it's owner. If not, let's display null for now. Okay, and here is owner. I have to get the user ID first from the use auth. Okay, this is a server component. You can get the auth from the clerk next. We can get the user ID from that, and is owner is equal to user ID equal to editor dot user ID. Okay, that will tell us if that is the owner. This is the editor's page. Now we can come here, click this, or refresh the page. Okay, restart the server. Okay, now we are seeing all 10 editors. The good thing is, when I'm viewing this page from this reporter account, I will see the edit buttons, or else I won't see the edit buttons. From the user, reduce the size. Oh, maybe I should refresh this. Okay, from here I will be getting this update button and delete button for all the editors except this Tamil one. See? Okay, now I'm going to add the favorite button. So when we are viewing the editors created by the other users, you will be seeing this heart button there. Let's create that. So in order to do that, we have to write a query and a mutation to get the favorite in data and also for doing the favorite action. So we'll go to that editors route. I'm going to create, first let's do the get favorite query. So I'm getting the ID. I'm going into the editor. Okay, so in our database mod, the schema, I don't have a table like favorite that combines one user and one editor. Instead, we have many to many relationship. From the user, I'm having favorite editors, which is an array of editor. And from the editor, I have favorited by, which is an array of user. Maybe the more robust and straightforward way would be to have a model called favorite that creates a unique, maybe a composite ID using the user ID and the editor ID. But yep, this is how I have designed it. And hence, for getting a particular favorite ID, I have to actually go to the editor, put the editor ID there, and then I'm searching inside the favorited by, that's an array of users. I'm searching if some of them has the ID of the requester. That's how we get the get favorite. It's a bit more complex than having a favorite, dedicated favorite model. It would have made things simpler, but I'm going to go with this. And we have to create the mutation then. Let's create that favorite. And it's going to be a protected procedure. The input is going to be schema number ID. It's going to be a mutation. We get the context input. First, we have to get the favorite using the same concept. Looking for the ID, and I'm searching inside the favorited by array. If the favorite exists already, I'm going to update the user information. I'm going to disconnect the ID from the favorite editors. Okay, or else I'm going to connect the ID into the favorite editors. Okay, all this looks complicated because of this many to many relationship. There is no easy way of just updating one column or deleting the column. We are directly updating and updating the array of items there. So this is the mutation, the favorite mutation. This is how we get the favorite. That's a query. Now let's create that favorite button. So inside the organism, I'm going to place it. So we get the editor information here. We query the favorite information. So this is going to be called inside each and every card. Maybe that we have to rethink that. If there is a favorite button there, inside each and every card, we are going to do that query. Okay, that is the design. Maybe we can rethink that. Okay, so I'm having the mutation here. We don't have anything to reset. We don't have anything to, okay, we have to revalidate this query that we have above this mutation. And we have one button which is going to have a heart icon, and based on the data, if the data is valid, we are going to have the a red filled heart, or else we are going to have no class name, that will have a hollow heart. That is the favorite editor button. Now let's go to the editor card. And instead of this, I'm going to place the editor favorite button, and we have to also pass the editor here. Fine. Now we have a lot of, okay, all the editors are showing up. Now we have this guy has a lot of heart icons to click, and they cannot favorite their own editor. Now I'm going to favorite this conspiracy theories. Okay, actually we can look at the database. In the user, we have one favorite editor. This reporter has one my editor. He created one editor and favorited one editor. Now let's favorite from this account. Now I have to refresh it. This person has 9 editors and one favorite editor. Okay, so in the upcoming sections we will be using these editors that the person created and the favorite editors in the article page. On clicking that whole article will be rewritten by that editor. Okay, we will see that in the next section. Okay, in this section we are going to rewrite the articles. Basically we are going to pass a search parameter, the editor ID in the search parameter, and if that is present, we are going to actually use a different component instead of this article page component. Yeah, so let's go to the article page. Here, along with this parameter, I'm also going to get this search params. The search params is going to be an object. The key can be a string. Key has to be a string, and it can be a string or an array of string or undefined. So from the search params, I'm going to get the editor ID. So I'm going to look for that editor ID. If that presents, I'm just converting that to a number from a string. And if not, it's going to be a null. So if there are no editor IDs, I'm going to just return this article page, or else I'm going to return editor article. Also in our database schema, we have this model called editor article, which is going to be which is like a cache. Okay, this sits in between the editor and an article. When we rewrite an article, we actually save that here, and when the user requests the particular editor article combination, we will get this from this table. Okay, right now we are not going to implement any revalidating the cache, rewriting. We don't have that, but yeah, so right now we are just displaying the editor article text. Now let's go set up we are going to use Claude 3 from Anthropic. Let's set up the AI. Let's create the backend AI functions, our editor article routes, and we'll come back to the UI part. First we need to install npm add at anthropic-ai/sdk. Now in the AI service, I'm going to import Anthropic. I'm going to have a read-only private member called Anthropic, and inside the constructor I'm going to initialize that. Also, by default you can pass the API key here, but by default it's going to look for that Anthropic _API_ key in the environment variable. So you can go to the console.anthropic.com. So yeah, go to this URL console.anthropic.com/dashboard, click on the get API keys,
get a key and save that in your environment variable with this with this name anthropic underscore API underscore key. Okay, now we have created the instance for anthropic. I'm going to go ahead and write some prompts. I'm going to write a style prompts, verbosity prompts, and so on. I'm going to create a prompts file. I just use ti to write this. Inside there, I'm going to paste this. We are having three types of prompts here. One for the style prompts, sensationalist, rewrite the article using exaggerated attention grabbing language that sensationalizes the subject matter, employ hyperbolic adjectives and make bold shocking claims to captivate the reader. I have and the next is for the verbosity, rewrite this article to be as short and to the point as possible. And for word complexity prompts, I get 3 prompts. For elementary, we have rewrite the article using simple everyday vocabulary. Okay, go back to the AI service. I'm going to import the prompts. Fine, that's all. We can now start to write our method. I'm going to call this write editor article. It's going to take the article editor and the user ID, who is the requester. The type is going to be imported from the Prisma client. I'm going to initialize the messages. This message param is going to come from the Anthropic AI SDK. I'm going to import that from that. Let's create the first item in the chat, in the conversation. The role is going to be user or assistant. First, it's going to come from the user. I'm passing the content. Article title, content is the body, article body. Style, I'm passing the style itself, and also passing the style description using the style prompts. Passing the verbosity itself, and then the verbosity description. Word complexity description, and also finally the language. Please use the language. Let's also add the additional information, and it's optional actually. Editor dot additional notes. If that is the case, I'm going to pass a string, or else it's null. Okay, that will do. So that is the message from the user, and actually we don't have any assistant messages. We are directly passing the system message. I'm going to use a try catch, and inside that try catch, I'm going to create Anthropic. This is the instance we initialized. This.anthropic.messages.create. There we have to pass the model. I'm going to use the sonnet. Actually, today haiku released. I'm going to go with the sonnet. The maximum tokens is 1000, and I'm passing the messages, which we have only one message there. And finally, the system message. Okay, you are a news editor. Without any preamble or introduction, rewrite the given article to suit the user's requirements. The user's requirements are given above. That's it. Now we got the response. We have to do one more thing. We will come back to that. I'll add a to-do here. Update credit balance. Remember, we have a list of transactions here. We are going to actually calculate the tokens it took for the operation, both the input and output tokens, and we will update our credit balance. Okay. Rewritten
article equal to, we get it from the response dot content first item dot text. Okay, how did I know? I just console logged the response and found that the article is inside that. I mean, the response text is inside this response dot content first item dot text. Now we have to update the editor article. I'm going to okay, we need Prisma. I'm going to directly import the Prisma from the DB. Okay, here the data, the body is going to be the rewritten article. Title, we don't I'm not changing it. Actually, one thing I wanted to say is that initially I did this project in OpenAI using GPT, and the OpenAI, there is something called a function calling. We can expect the return type in a certain format. It has to be an array, it has to be an object. The object must have all these properties, but the Anthropic does not have that. So what I found is where I had to actually, I was asked to add something like this here, like the return type should match something like this. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I did not like this. Okay, maybe in upcoming, maybe other videos we will use the OpenAI and we will see the example. And initially the plan was like the AI will rewrite the title also. Okay, but this time I had to use I don't want to actually give some hard-coded format inside a string. So I did not rewrite the title. I'm just reusing the existing title. That's it. I'm passing the editor ID and the original article ID. All these things are required in the editor article. The original article ID, editor ID, summary. I think, yeah. Okay, we don't want the summary there. The summary is used in the home page, and okay. Yeah, maybe I have to take that summary from the DB schema. And when I'm doing this mutation, I'm also including the editor information and the original article information, because that's what I'm going to return back. We are still inside the catch, and let's have this to do in the above, to do above the database, above creating the editor article. Fine, we are actually returning that. If something goes wrong, I'm just going to console log it and throw in tRPC error, internal server error, something went wrong. Fine, that's how we call the Anthropic API. We get the response, we store it in our editor article, we are returning that newly created editor article back to whoever calling this function. Okay, that's going to come from our router, tRPC router. So that person will get this and will return back to the UI. Now let's update this credit balance. How to get the credit balance? It's pretty simple. The response we get here has something called usage, and we can get the input tokens and output tokens. That's it. And I'm going to calculate the usage. Okay, this is exactly, okay, I'm going to rename that. Okay, this is the charge that the Claude Sonnet, that's the billing pricing for the Claude Sonnet. And after we found the usage, I'm going to upsert the credit balance, because the user may not have a row in the credit balance. So create, I have to pass the balance user ID, and also inside the transactions, I'm going to create a transaction. This is going to take the amount which is going to be minus usage, because we are sure that it's an expense. Passing the input token, output token. Here I renamed it so that it is easy to pass here. Okay, that is exactly the data property we have in our database. And also we have to pass the user ID and notes. Here I'm having this format. I put the article title and editor name inside the double quotation, and we will find the parts inside the double quotation, and we will bold them in the list transaction table. Okay, so the create is done. Next we have to update. If the user already has a credit balance row, we have to pass the balance. We are decrementing that. Okay, while creating we don't have to do anything. It's just we're just passing the usage as it is. It has to be negative. We are not stopping anybody from, we can actually block people from using our application when their balance is 0 or below, but yeah, we don't have that now. We will see if we can implement that quickly, but yeah. And the same transaction goes here. Okay, we also have to specify the where condition here. The where is going to be the user ID. Fine. That's how we update the credit balance. We are handling a situation where if the user does not have a credit balance for some reason, we are handling that. Fine. Now our AI function is ready. Now I'm going to create our route. Inside the articles router, I'm going to create a protected procedure called editor article. We are going to get the schema number, ID, and query. It's going to be a query. Get the context and the input. Destructure the ID and okay, actually we need two inputs there. The ID is going to be the article ID. The editor ID is the editor ID. I'm going to fetch the article using the Prisma ORM, Prisma instance, and if the article is not there, I'm just throwing an error, tRPC error. Similarly, I'm going to make sure that we have the editor. If the editor is valid 1, I'm getting the find unique editor, and if the editor is not there, I'm again throwing an error. We can like use some promise all, get the editor, and yeah, we should do that. Await promise.all, and I'm going to pass the promises inside. First one is the article, second one is the editor. Now we get back here the article and editor. That saves some time, and we have clear error messages, right? We know that if the article is not there, we will get precise error messages. And then if the article and editor are valid, I'm going to fetch the editor article. So where we have to pass this composite key, we have to pass the article ID and the editor ID. Also, I'm going to include the original article and the editor. That's exactly what we did here also. When we do the mutation, in the return type, I'm including the editor and the original article information, because that we want in rendering. Okay, I'm getting the editor article. If the editor article is valid, I'm going to just return that, or else I'm going to call the write editor article function in the AI. That's all about the backend stuff. Okay, now let's create the Let's go back to the page. Now we have this editor article page. Let's create that. It's going to require the editor ID and the article ID. Let's export the component. Here I'm going to hit that editor article query using the tRPC client, and hence I will make this component a client component. I'm just hitting this editor article query we wrote. We get back the data. Let's have some loader. This loading, if you forgotten, it's just a flux box with some loader icon with animate spin. I'm also having this children, some text in the children. If for some reason if the article is not there, if the editor article is not there, I'm just rendering the error message there. Probably I should put it inside the alert box. If everything is fine, I'm going to just render the rewritten article. As I'm going to have some title. Probably I should use the title from the typography. And let's use the display date component. And I'm going to have a reporter information. We're going to have a image followed by written by, and we already have that, right? In the article page, we already have this component. I'm going to extract this because we also used this in the editor article page. I'm going to copy this. We will create a new component, reporter info .tsx. Okay, yep. Let's import the image. So all we just need the image and the name. Let's get that in the properties. Both are going to be strings. Fine. That is a reporter info. Now let's update both of our components here on the article page and also the editor article page. The image is going to be article.reporter.user.image, and the name is going to be article.reporter. Okay, the image is nullable actually. Fine, that we are handling here already. Fine, we have cleaned up something. Let's string or null. Okay, this is a bit okay. That will make the TypeScript happy. Now we don't want this, we can delete that. I'm going to copy this and use it below the display date, and here it's not article but the editor article. Fine. So this is not a reporter, but this place it's an editor dot user. No. Yeah, editor dot name. Okay, there's a problem in the reporter info because here we have to actually pass the public ID. Let's do some gimmicks. I'm getting both the image and the public ID, and depending on that we will render. So if the public ID is there, I'm going to render the cloudinary image, or else I'm going to render the next image. Fine, we can further clean up this. Okay, yeah, fine. If the public ID is not there, if public ID is valid, we are going to render the cloudinary image along with the public ID. If it's not there, we are going to render this image. Okay, even if both of them are null, we are going to render this default user image. Okay, that is fine then. Now for the image, it's editor dot public ID. Oops, sorry. The public ID is going to be editor article dot editor dot public id, image public id. We don't have to pass the image in this. Here it is editor dot name. Happy. And after that, I'm also going to render the editor info component. You remember we with all those dashes. And finally, I'm going to render the body. That is it. Now let's quickly have a look. Let's refresh. Maybe let's restart and refresh. The application is not running. Let's restart it, and first I'm going to run this. We're going to look at the default article without any rewriting, and then I'm going to add the editor ID. Okay, let's see if we have that editor ID there. Oh, the editor ID 5 is going to be movie trailer voiceover. Okay, maybe let's try the conspiracy theorist. After this, we're going to have a select editor, a panel there, and on clicking that, automatically the search param will be updated, and then it re-renders the page. Let's try the conspiracy theorist. Oh, okay, I have to use the editor article component here. Editor article page. Should I pass anything? Fine. Now let's retry it. Come on. Fine, it's writing. Okay, it actually hit the API. It is writing, and it's done. Okay, so we are having this written by conspiracy theorist. We are having some quick information about the editor who rewrote the article, and this is the article. In the world of high school football, where dreams are made and shattered on the word complexity is a bit difficult for me. A dark cloud of suspicion looms over the recent state championship game. The so-called thrilling overtime victory of the Central City High School Bulldogs has raised more questions than answers. It sounds perfect. Okay, it's actually a simple sports article, and the conspiracy theorists wrote it perfectly. Maybe let's try one more editor. This time, okay, let's try the Tamil one. Satirical humor Tamil. The ID is going to be 12. It's writing. It takes a few seconds. Okay, so it tries. It's not perfect Tamil actually. Asingapattana. I don't understand what it is. மிக சிறந்த விளையாட்டில் மத்திய நகர மேல்நிலைப்பள்ளி பள்ளி துளைகள் போட்டியாளர்களை வீழ்த்தி மாநில கால்பந்தாட்ட சாம்பியன்ஷிப்பை வென்றது. அந்த ஆட்டத்தில் நகைப்பு நிறைந்திருந்தது. That means it is trying to make it funny, but it's not funny actually. But yep, maybe Claude is not really good at. When I was testing it, I found a few funny things written in Tamil actually, but this is not. West Field எதிரிகளை வீழ்த்துவது எளிதான காரியம் இல்லை. Okay, so it's not satirical, it's not humorous actually. Okay, but fine. It literally says that game was humorous. Okay, it does not create humor, it just says that the game is humorous. Okay, I'm not happy with the Tamil translation. Maybe let's try with the haiku. Let's quickly update the editor, one of the editors, and let's just see other languages quickly. Rally cry rhetoric. I'm going to change the language, this language to probably Japanese. Update it, and the ID is going to be 8. Let's try writing a divisive Japanese article. Okay, let's copy paste this. High school baseball team won the championship after a heated battle. Oh, our team okay, fought tenaciously until the end. The score with the opposing team went to overtime, but in the end our team won. So it's like a divisive person who creates this us versus them mentality. Okay, and it sounds perfectly. Even after translating the Japanese version, it wrote, if you know Japanese, you can read it. This victory is the first such feat in 10 years. The city welcomes the players with a grand celebration parade. Our team's accomplishments should be passed down to our children. Yep, sounds perfect actually. Maybe it writes better Japanese. Let's try one more thing, okay? This person is actually going to be an academic analytical. Let's try another language. Maybe let's try the satirical. There's editor too. Let's quickly try that in English first, and then we will do it in one more language. And yeah, I'm just having fun. Okay, so it starts with, here is a satirical humorous rewrite of the article I mentioned. I asked the AI to not add any preamble or introduction, but it adds it. Okay, that's fine. Local high school pigskin warriors emerge victorious in the Titanic battle royale in a clash of testosterone fueled titans. The Central City High School Bulldogs managed to narrowly escape the jaws of defeat by the skin of their cleats, claiming an epic overtime victory against their arch rivals. Yeah, English sounds better. I'm going to change this to one more language. Let's try French. I'm updating that. Wow. As I told you, we don't have a mechanism to actually retry, ask the AI to retry. I'm not going to implement that now. The editor ID is going to be 2. Let's delete that. And I'm going to come here, refresh it. It's going to write again in French. Let's see the quality of the satire in French by translating it to English. Okay, we got something here. I'm going to copy this to... Also, the AI is actually respecting the verbosity here. Body of the article. In a laugh out loud finale, the victorious in the state football championship game against the Westfield Raiders. That game drew a record crowd of 45,000 laughing spectators. Not to mention laughable skill and determination at setting the stage for a comically intense second half. Okay, a lot of things does not make sense, but it tries its best. And also we have to remember that we are reading a translation. Fine, so that's how we do it. In the next section we will create the panel, and that will be easier to select the editors and rewrite the articles. Okay, let's create the side panel that lets us select the editors. I'm going to create a select editors component inside the organism. That is going to take the class name. We're going to first fetch my editors using the my editors, and then I'm going to fetch the favorite editors. I think we have to build that. In the editors, we have to build the favorite editors query. The favorite editors is going to just use the find all the editors where favorited by the requester. Okay, There is a problem actually. I'm going to have this comment in my article page, and we are actually using two types of articles here. Two types of articles. And we are getting the editor ID here. That's perfectly all right. But the problem is I'm trying to do it without duplication. The problem is the layout files don't get these search params. Only the pages get. So probably maybe I was thinking, okay, we can have a layout file here and then we get the search params and we can have the whole setup here and so on, but that's not possible. Okay. So now we are creating the select editors. Now we have to get the search params. This is a client component. Now we can use the use search params. We have to get the search params, get the selected editor ID from the editor ID, and I'm also going to convert that into a number. I'm doing it two times, right? In the page also I'm doing it in a different way using the search params property. I'm also converting that into a number. This time I'm going to do it. I have to do it again because the layout does. Okay, maybe we can, in the page, when we are calling these pages, we can also attach that absolutely placed search editor in both these components. Okay, that is an option, but I'm going to fetch the search params inside the component itself. Let's return. It's going to be flex column. Okay, you're going to have some padding, have some gap, have some padding. Why? Because it's going to be a fixed component. I don't want the navbar to hide this panel. Inside that, I'm going to first have my link. This will remove any of the search params. I'm going to get the path name from the use path name. That this does not have any editor ID, so I'm clicking this will go away. That is the first one. The user is an icon from the Lucid icon, and then I'm going to loop through my editors. Maybe let's have a divider there in between these things, and then I'm going to loop through my editors, and we're going to render the links. This editor link is just the link with some basic styles. We are getting the selected boolean, path name, editor information. Let's create the editor link. Inside the organism, I'm going to create editor link.tsx. So this is going to have, we're going to get the path name, editor information. I'm going to create href. So okay, we're going to have a tool tip on hovering over that particular editor image. We're going to have the tool in the more information about the editor, like the editor name, the editor info, and so on. So we have to set up the tooltip. I'm going to get that from the shared cn UI tooltip. Let's do it manually and then copy the tooltip component into the atoms. Okay, now we got the tooltip. Fine, this editor link is going to, I'm just following the tutorial. Here you can see how they implemented, where they wrap the entire thing with the tool provider, and there is going to be again a tooltip, the trigger, and the tooltip container. So when we hover over the button that is a trigger, this tooltip content will display. Similarly, I'm having the link inside the tooltip. The link is going to have the image and also some styles based on the selected boolean. Inside the content, I'm displaying the editor name and also the editor info with all those dashes and so on. They basically the information about the editor. That's the editor link. Let's import that. Fine. Now let's create a layout file, and we will create a fixed component. Okay, so I'm importing the select editors. I'm just rendering all the children here, and I'm going to put this inside a fixed position. The right is going to be 0, top is going to be half, and I'm actually offsetting half the size of this component so that the component will be precisely the center. Fine. Now we should see that. Wow, that's too long. Also, I have added the overflow Y. That means we can scroll this. Also, you are seeing that padding Y, right? If I remove that, the nav bar will use that. What? Okay, so that's the select editor. We have one more thing to do actually, and it also ignores the selected one, and we have some awful color going on. For some reason they have added this bg primary. Who added this? Okay, so they have this bg primary in the tooltip content. Okay, I removed that. Now okay, it's better, it's transparent. Let's add some bg white. Maybe let's have some opacity there, and then we will add some backdrop blur. Okay, it looks cool. I'm also going to add some this. We are actually modifying the tooltip component. I'm going to have a border white. It's going to look a bit different. It creates a subtle border. You can see the white border shows up. The blur looks good also. Fine. Okay, now we also have to do the same thing for the favorite editors. Okay, this is a favorite one. The selected one has a really, let's have a look at the same page from the reporter. The reporter, this is this editor belongs to the reporter. This is the favorited one. Okay, let's look at the other articles. Lawsuit over disputed parking spot drags on. This is by default, and I'm going to select this satirical humor Tamil editor. Okay, so that's Tamil satire. Let's read the same article in the conspiracy theorist. Actually, I have to fix the selected editor style. So inside the editor link, the selected, I'm actually adding this bg primary along with some padding. Okay, maybe let's change that to white, and also some scale, a subtle difference in the scale. Fine. The white actually does not look good. Maybe I'm going to remove the padding and the bg white. Okay, maybe let's increase the scale to 125. Fine. It looks bad. The shadow looks odd. Fine, that's what we are going to go with. Breaking parking spot feud, which exposes dark secrets. At first glance, it seems like a trivial dispute between neighbors over a parking spot at first glance. Okay, those are the words used by conspiracy theorists. The mainstream media wants you to believe that John Davidson and Susan Martinez are simply two stubborn individuals locked in a petty quarrel. But why has this case dragged on for over 2 years? Actually, when it comes to English with the style, Claude is doing a really good job. But when it comes to other languages, I mean, especially Tamil, it is trying. Maybe I think the style is a bit hard to get in other languages for Claude. Yep. So when I click this, you will read the actual article, and also we are not having the more like this section or the reaction panel in the translated versions, right? Because I don't want, we can add it, it's just you can add it, but it doesn't make sense to me. The we cannot rate an article based on it a rewritten version, so I'm not having that. Yep. Let's try one more thing. Okay, Shakespearean dramatic. Okay, I'm not going to read it. Sounds really hard. And this tale of glorious saga written sweat and tears, a conquest for the ages upon the hallowed grounds where titans clash and legends rise. It's all about a sports article written in Shakespeare style. And also I quickly added a margin Y, and I'm liking the style. This is the selected one. Let's try the movie trailer voiceover. And I really like the selected one getting bigger with some shadows, and looks clean to me. In a world, I'm not going to try that, but yep, it starts to sound like a movie trailer narration where dreams are made on the gridiron. Two titans collided in an epic battle for glory. The Central City High School Bulldogs, a team forged in the fires of determination, face their ultimate test against their formidable Westfield Raiders. Yep. So when it comes to English and a particular style, it's amazing. Yep. And also we have this caching going on. It's not exactly caching, but yep, we are just creating, right? Whenever the AI writes an article, we are storing it in our database, and we are getting that quickly. And we can also share this with others, right? And we're not rewriting that. Let's quickly look at the user. I wanted to see the credits. Okay, you can see the input tokens, output tokens precisely. Also I have to okay, I think this is fine. I was initially planning to have to bold these strings, but it looks fine to me now. It clearly says where the tokens were spent, right? While rewriting which article, using what, using who. And also this is exactly the amount, and I don't have any credits here. Let's have a look at the credits in the user. Okay, this guy has a lot of credits, and we are clearly seeing this guy like added 87 credits, and we have started spending as he uses this API. Maybe we can have a commission over that. This is the exact amount I am actually using for the sonnet. I'm spending for the sonnet. They gave me $5, and it is lasting. It lasted all my, when I was creating this application, and also for this I haven't run out of that $5. Okay, the last one we have like the dashboards. We have the user dashboard, reporter dashboard, and the admin dashboard. Yeah, I quickly stop the users from selecting one of these editors if they don't have credits. I I'm just fetching my credit balance, and I'm getting the boolean called insufficient balance. And if it's true, I'm disabling the pointer events. I'm also making the opacity 50%. I don't want that. And if it's true, I'm also having a link in the end asking add credits. So this is what we will be seeing. Okay, we cannot click that, click anybody, but you can click the add credits and add more credits. Now we go to this page. This user has some credits, so we won't tell that. Okay, this person has 82 credits. Also, if somebody else, this is the admin. The admin is also not having any credits. Okay, 0, and hence this person does not have any favorite editors or own editors, but still we are just showing the add credits there. Now let's add some credits. 2. Okay, let's try. It's going to hit the success page and it's going to come back to the credits page. Okay, now this person has some credits. Now let's go back to the article page, and now this person can actually select. Okay, hello everyone. So this is the last section. We are going to add the dashboard. We're going to have a stat card, the dashboard for all 3 roles: the reporter, the admin, and the user. Now let's create the stat card. Inside the organism, I'm going to create that stat card.tsx. So this guy is going to take this base component has children and class name. Apart from that, we're going to get the href, an icon, and the label. And I'm going to dynamically decide the component type. So if the prop has href, I'm going to use a link here. Okay, or else it's going to be just a div. Also, I'm passing the href. I'm having some styles. I'm rendering the icon here. This is dynamic. Okay, whatever icon we pass here will be rendered here along with these class names and the label and children. Fine. Now in the page here, we need to render the dashboard. We need to fetch a few things, but before that we need to create that route. We don't have the users route yet. Here I'm going to create users.ts. Let's create a route. And I'm going to create the dashboard route, which is we're going to get a couple of things. One, I'm going to get the credit balance, and the second, number of editors this user has created. Both are actually numbers. Balance is number, also the editors. Probably I can do this. 0. Now I also have to add the users in the app router. User routes. Fine. Now let's go to the page. Now we get this. We can even destructure it. And I'm going to use the stat card to display both the statistics, the balance and the number of editors. I'm going to make this a grid calls with some gap. Okay, the first one is balance. We're going to give the href to /user/credits for the credits page. The banknote is an icon. Okay, the second one is editors. This will go to the editors page. That's it. Now let's look at the page. Okay, this is the user dashboard. Now we can click on this to go to the credits page. You can click on this. the editors to create to look at the editors page. Fine. This is the user dashboard. Let's move on to the reporter one. It's going to be very similar. We are going to create the dashboard procedure, and then we'll be using the stat card to create them. Okay, the reporter dashboard is a bit simpler. We just have to get the number of articles the reporter has. I'm using the count. I'm filtering that using filtering the reporter ID with the user ID of the requester, and I'm just passing the articles back. Now I'm going to, let's open the reporter page. This time it's going to be reporters.dashboard. Okay, and we get back articles as the only number. Now let's okay, the icon is going to be file archive. That's all for the dashboard of the reporter. Okay, we can have, okay, it's not balance, it's my articles. Okay, now we can click to view the articles. This unpublished will work, everything will work. Now let's move on to the admin dashboard. This person is going to fetch a huge number of information. Inside the admin's route, I'm going to create this dashboard procedure. Only admin can access it, and I'm getting the count of the admin, reporter, editors, articles, and users, and I'm returning everything in one go. That is the information required for the admin dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to use this. I'm not having that opinionated grid. Fine. So in this dashboard gave us the admin, article, editor, everything is just number, and I'm just rendering them along with these routes. I think we did not create, okay, there are the routes. This opens the admin, manage admins page, manage reporters page. This is articles, admin, manage articles. Okay, I haven't created the manage users and manage editors. So we are not going to handle the updating the users, updating the users and updating the editors. Let's quickly move on. It's going to be really similar to what we have done till this point. I'm going to add the find all procedure in the users route. Only admin can access. I'm fetching everything. Okay, and yep, so we don't have the opinionated flex call. Instead, let's just use the flex and flex call with some gap. That is manage users. Now we go there. Does not look good, but yeah, fine. Similarly, let's do that for the editors as well. Manage editors. Editors already have this find all. Okay, so we already have this list editors. What am I doing here? This is a responsive grid layout. So I was having this opinionated grid, opinionated flex components, but I'm just bypassing them. Okay, so actually one more thing I'm missing here is the admin should be able to update these things, right? So that's not possible now. Okay, there are a few rough edges around this application, which I'm going to leave as it is. So we can also navigate the admin dashboard using the sidebar. Also, you can navigate using the dashboard, and we have just built the dashboard for the for the user, reporter and admin. Okay, so that's all. Thanks for watching.